Call to order. For the record, The meeting of Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 is started. For the record as well, Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Uleg are attending this meeting electronically. First item on the agenda is time has been set aside for staff to give a presentation on the fiscal year 2025 budget update and the fiscal year 26 budget discussion. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. So this is our second in a long string of discussions that will ultimately lead up into a recommended FY26 budget. And the starting point is really honing in on how we expect to end fiscal year 25. So the purpose of today's discussion is to update you on how projections for the rest of fiscal year 25 are shaping up and what that means for a starting point for fiscal year 26. There's a lot of information in the memorandum. We also have our CFO, Anna Rosenberry, and our Business Services Director, Angel Zolamam, here to talk about those things, and they'll go through a brief presentation. What I do want to do is give you a little bit of the bottom line up front. When you look at revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year, we're still in a balanced state in that we adopted a balanced annual budget where we were expected to have about $500,000 of revenues in excess of expenditures of the recurring budget. And on top of that, there's a number of expenditures that occur as part of the investment plan that was adopted by Mayor and Council and what we call one-time items. So we have a balanced ongoing budget, and then we have additional expenditures that we're spending down our accumulated fund balance. So under the previous city manager and under your leadership, we built up a fairly large savings account in the general fund. And to put that money to work, you adopted a 5+ year investment plan. So when you look at how FY25 is going to end, you need to account for not just how the current fiscal year looks, which is looking a little bit better than what we were anticipating on an annual basis, but how all of the other expenditures roll up to being how we're going to end the year with how much money in the bank. And so when we get to that exhibit, we'll probably emphasize that piece, which is slightly lower than we thought in June. So while there are certainly some good news elements to this report today, by no means does that mean we're out of the woods. And in fact, it sets us up for the beginning of FY26 is slightly lower money in the bank than what we were forecasting as of June. So without further ado, we'll kind of walk you through that. And Angel, you have the con.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The first slide on this presentation provides Mayor and Council with a breakdown of the fiscal 25 adopted budget. We've been reporting out $757.8 million of general fund budget. That includes the recurring amounts of $682 plus the transfers out for the $757, and everything else comes from the fund balance, which we know includes the one-time items and the investment plan for a total budget of $819.7 million. Most of the information contained in this table will be addressed in the 5-year projection, not 5-year projection, but a general fund update. That is the last slide in our presentation today. And in an effort not to be repetitive, I will go on and turn the mic over to our CFO as she gives us an update on the development of the fiscal 26 budget.
Thank you, Angel. Mayor and Council. So in addition to giving you an update on the status of fiscal year 25, we've also tried to cover a number of topics that we need to discuss in regards to developing the upcoming budget. The first item in your memo is some information regarding the Tucson Supplemental Retirement System, or the TSRS. We've got good news to report within that pension plan that covers all of our non-public safety employees, and that is coming from last year's ending results in the actuarial valuation report for the year ended June 30th of 2024, our funded status in the plan has been improved. That means that our unfunded liabilities have decreased. So that funded status at the end of last fiscal year is 76.3%, up from 75% in the prior year. And we continue to be expecting to achieve full funding, 100% funding, around 2034, which, man, that's within the 10-year horizon. And if you've been tracking on unfunded pension liabilities for a long time, to be with 10 years within a window of full funding, that's good news. So good work with that. As you recall, we did increase employee contributions for Tier 1 and Tier 2 amounts last year. In addition, in their meeting this fall, the TSRS board recommended that we consider another increase in those employee contribution amounts. They're recommending 0.5% for Tier 1 and 0.25% for Tier 2 again. So the city manager is evaluating that recommendation, and he'll be making a final recommendation in the coming months on how we proceed with that. Next in the memo, we bring you information about the police and fire pensions, the public safety pensions. And in this discussion, we've got to talk about two different things. Because we accumulate money to pay our public safety pension obligations in two different areas. We accumulate assets at the PSPRS and also in our own Section 115 trusts. So we need to look at both of those areas to get the full picture of where we stand with public safety pensions. First of all, the PSPRS has estimated our minimum required contribution for FY26, and the number they reported to us was $115 million. And we're using that information to begin building our forecast. Over recent years, our minimum required contributions have exceeded their estimates by the time we get to the end of a fiscal year, for a number of reasons, including the rate of wage increases for our employees, the amount of amortization of the unfunded liability that we have to take on every year, and PSPRS changing their actuarial assumptions. All of those things are in play, and they impact at the end of a budget year what our actual required contribution to PSPRS is. On page 4 of the memo, we give you a table of our FY22 actual, stepping forward through the fiscal years to FY25's budget for the general fund and our Section 115 trust contributions. We have been working with our original consultant that assisted at the time the pension obligations bonds were issued. GovInvest is their name, and they are analyzing scenarios for us that will help us build the FY26 budget and the 5-year forecast. If you recall, we're kind of at this point where we've got 5 years in the rearview mirror since the issuance of the bonds. And we're looking out at the next 5-year period to really try to come up with our newest, most adjusted, most accurate recommendations on how to proceed. So that will be coming to you at future study sessions. Next in the memo, we talk about funded status, and that is this table. And you see what we do in this table. We talk about the police and the fire plans separately because that's how they're accounted for at PSPRS. We show you the valuation of the assets, both at PSPRS and how much is in our Section 115 trust, and then how much our liabilities are in the program. So when you combine the assets that we hold with PSPRS and in our Section 115 trust, the city's unfunded liability has improved from a year ago. At this time last year, we had 66.5% of our liability funded. And at this year, we can report that we have 68.4% of our liability funded. Our unfunded amounts are decreasing. That is good news. Positive development for us.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, what I'd like to add to that is as we look ahead to FY26, as Ms. Rosenberry mentioned, you've had an initial strategy for the first 5 years. And so, not for this next budget, but probably over this next year is when we really need to talk about, do we stay the course with that balance of direct contributions from the general fund and drawing down at a predicted rate from the 115, or do we pivot somewhat for a 5-year window? I just want to reiterate, the first 5 years have worked out fairly close to plan, with the exception of the significant market downturn on the early end really twisted the numbers right out of the gate. But right now, both the 115 trust and the PSPRS pension fund are gaining revenues at a good rate. The 115 trust is slightly better, but that is something that we'll keep monitoring, and we want to work with you over the next year to really kind of come up with an ongoing strategy at that point.
I think the one question I have about how is the performance percentage of PSPRS versus our 115 trust? Like, what is the return on investment on 115 versus PSPRS? And that'll help guide us in terms of staying the course with 115.
Okay.
Yeah? Councilmember Cunningham.
So I was under the impression the 115 is performing by a point, almost a point better, but also we're not paying any fees on it. We're paying less fees on the 115. So I think we're doing a little better.
So, Mayor and Council, I can report the earnings rates for the last 2 years within both of the programs, and we're actually out earning, our 115 is out earning or outperforming PSPRS by 3% in each of the last 2 years. So in our most recent year ending fiscal #24, the 115 trust earned net of fees, so after fees, our earnings rate was 14.65%, and PSPRS earned 10.34% in that time period.
So it's plus 4 points after fees. I mean, we're killing it. And I'm thank you for disambiguating that. This is a slide I actually asked for last year, and you put it together. So kudos to your team for remembering, because I didn't remember till right now. The other thing is let's not forget, for those of us who aren't at home, in 2012, this pension fund was looking at going under 40% being funded. And to have basically come back 40 points puts us, that's why the bond rating's been good. That's why we're where we've been fiscally. So it's this is really good news. And it's a situation that a lot of other cities are struggling with this now, where we were 7 years ago. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic. I'll listen to the second part. The other piece I wanted to talk about with this was, do we have a number? Are we putting into projections for retirements in the next 2 years as well? Because I know every few years we have one of those groundswells where we lose a bunch of people at once. And so we want to be ready for that.
Get you the answer. Okay.
Councilman Lee?
Since we're on the topic, I was going to hold my question, but speaking of the return on investments for 115, with all of the volatility in the market and the ups and the downs, how are we, I know you said we're monitoring that, but do you anticipate over the next, let's say, 4 years with the volatility that might impact our ability to continue to grow and with this strategy, or is that a whole separate conversation?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Lee, Mayor and Council. I wish I had the crystal ball. I am sitting here expecting, even just in the last month, the volatility that we've seen does make it more difficult to predict what is going, what our investment policy and strategy, how that's going to play out. So times of high volatility are difficult for us to project how to react to. One of the things that is very different between our Section 115 trust and what the PSPRS holds is the amount of alternative investments that are held. Those are held by the PSPRS, and many of them are private investments where it is not easily disclosed, or the disclosures are not available to us as to what the actual sectors and nature of those investments are. So I will tell you, we have more ability to predict impacts on our 115 trust than we have ability to predict impacts on the PSPRS fund. So,
Thanks for explaining that.
All righty.
okay.
Go ahead.
So the memo also includes some information following up with Councilmember Ulick's question about notable efficiency gains, letting you know we didn't include any specifics in this memo, but we are gathering that information for a future memo. We've also covered some information about the homeless work program, which has been a topic of yours before, letting you know that we are tracking on developing a recommendation for that program as well that will come forward. And we give you information regarding marijuana revenues under the Smart and Safe Arizona Act, Prop 207. These are money that was approved to be collected by the voters during the legalization of adult recreational use of marijuana. The state imposes the tax and shares some of that revenue to benefit local police and fire departments. They also use some of the money at the state level for enforcing cannabis regulations, supporting community colleges, state highway fund, and a state justice fund. So we're getting a share or a portion of those revenues collected at the state level. Our share has grown to almost $4 million in the last 4 years. You can see the actual collections. First year, they were slightly over $1 million, and then we've been in the $3 to $4 million range each year. These monies are deposited to the general fund. And there's been concern, I frequently get asked for these questions because people want assurances that they are being spent on police and fire needs. I will tell you that compared to police and fire budgets, this revenue source is a comparatively small amount of money. And while it is increasing a few $100,000 a year, over that four-year period, average increase maybe $500,000 a year. The increased general fund support to police and fire budgets in total far exceeds that. So I think we can be assured that all of this money and more is going to increases in the police and fire budgets within the general fund. And with that, I've put the beginnings of the 5-year forecast up on the slide. I know it's hard to read, but it can draw your attention to the handout in the packet, and I'm going to turn this over to Angel for more discussion.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, we will first look at the actual numbers for fiscal year 2024, which, as was reported in the memo, and we ended fiscal year a little more favorable than was originally estimated. We estimated fiscal year 2024 we estimated fiscal year 2024 surplus at $23.1 million. However, we turned out with $33.9 million, and that is for the unrestricted general fund portion of the general fund. We ended the fiscal year with a available fund balance of $167.9 million. And of course, as Mayor and Council know, the available fund balance, a portion of those dollars go toward the one-time items along with the investment plan amounts. And so with the investment plan, expenditures as of 2024, along with one-times, was $70.7 million. And we ended the fiscal year with available fund balance of $122.3 million. We know our adopted budget, as we reported earlier, was $819.7 million, but we're projecting expenditures at $840.1 million. However, we're also projecting a surplus of 22.9, which is way over what was projected in the adopted budget. In the adopted budget, we were projecting a surplus of only 529. I would like to caution Mayor and Council that this is simply a projection and that is based on activities as of December 31st, 2024, and these numbers may change as we move forward. While we hope that they would remain static or even get better, we do not have all in the information because we're just halfway through the fiscal year. However, with what we're seeing in our expenditures and our revenue collection, we anticipate that the fiscal year 25 we will end fiscal year 25 a little better than projected in our adopted budget.
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, what I'd like to add at this point is recognizing these are projections. When you look at the top part and you see that $22.9 million net surplus on annual revenues, you also need to look at everything else happening in the general fund with the one-times and investment plan. And it's worth mentioning at this moment, when I say investment plan, there's a lot of investment that occurs there. So some examples of that include we made a $90 million commitment to public safety in the form of apparatus and equipment and personal protective gear. So that's a significant additional investment in public safety above and beyond what's in their base budgets, if you will. It included things that are addressing deferred maintenance in our parks and recreation areas, irrigation systems, field conditions, things of that nature. And it includes some deferred maintenance in our facilities. So it's been an injection in investment in a number of high priorities for the city. But you see that as you go into 25, the different areas have been reduced to really focusing on police and fire, the public safety, and also our commitment to the voters under Prop 411 for the truth and taxation piece, which includes investment in our collector streets. So under Prop 411, we're doing improvements to all the neighborhood streets and safety improvements, but our collector streets, we actually allocated money from highway user revenue funds and the general fund to do significant projects on collector streets. For example, Stella is under construction right now. There's a 12-mile stretch of Stella under construction right now. You've seen some improvements to Tucson Boulevard and other things. So there's a lot of elements to that that are also occurring during the fiscal year. So as your manager, one of the things I like to point to is you get to the very bottom line, and if you follow that available fund balance, just where it says fund balance and you look at the beginning of 24, the available fund balance was about 168 million. And then by the end of FY24, it was 122.3. That means that the expenditures in that year exceeded the revenues in that year by that amount, and that was planned. That was this intentional investment. What we're projecting, what we adopted for 25 is that that ending balance would go down, and what we're projecting right now, it actually goes down further than what we were thinking in June. So even though we have some revenues coming in higher, we have a lot of moving parts in the budget. What I want to emphasize is the beginning point for FY26 is still positive cash, but less than what we thought a year ago.
Councilmember Cunningham.
So after we talked about this yesterday, I kind of, usually the conventional way to do this is to use one-time revenues to plug ongoing holes. This is kind of the opposite, where we have some ongoing revenues that we're using, where we're using ongoing revenues for spending extra on one-time revenues. And so it's kind of working in reverse. It's actually not a bad thing. And still, for our ongoing budget and our projections going over the next 3 years, we're in the same general fund obligations that we were at the beginning of the year. So I totally like this idea. As a matter of fact, we may want to consider in this process committing one-times to collector streets again, because it's a good investment. It's one of the gaps we have. So it's just something to think about. I'm not saying we should do that right now or anything, but I think this is a good strategy by the manager's office, and it definitely means that fiscally we're very sound right now.
Well, council member, this is a commitment that mayor and council put on Proposition 411 for the collector streets. As you may recall, previous mayor and councils did not put general fund allocations to street repair. This mayor and council has been doing it for the past 6 years. And so absolutely, but I would venture to say that we have to thread with caution, move with caution because of what's coming down the pike, both at a federal level and at a state level. I guess for me, Mr. Tamir, my one question that I have, and I think we have to clarify it for the community because it's being tossed around indiscriminately. Could you please clarify to mayor and council and the public what kind of discretion we have on the $2.4 billion budget that some are saying we have discretion on?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. That's a great question because I'm hearing the same things in the community. And to suggest that the total budget of $2.4 billion has some discretion associated with it that could be used to fund priorities that are not currently funded is misleading at best. It is true that our annual budget is $2.4 billion. Where it becomes misleading is to suggest that that entire budget is something we could scrub for efficiencies or reallocations of money to fund things like police and fire. So you have to account for things like we operate Tucson Water. People who pay their rates and fees for Tucson Water do it to get water service. They don't do it to get police service. Environmental services is the same way. All of our federal grants and sources and funding, including a lot of our funding for housing and community development, must be used for those purposes. As a government, we don't have the discretion to move highway user revenue funds from roads to cops. And there's a numerous number of those, including previously voter-approved things like Prop 101, Prop 407, Prop 411, and the RTA. All of these projects and revenues flow through that $2.4 billion, but it's not at your discretion or my discretion to move them from what they're intended, voted, or legal purposes to something else. So when you look at where does the discretion lie, you end up back at the $750 million, roughly. It's 757 sometimes, but it's that magnitude. But I would caution as well, since you gave me the mic, I'm going to go for a little bit here. That $750 million also goes to good works of the city and priorities of the city. One of your charter responsibilities is parks and recreation. You must fund that from the general fund. We also, when we look at how is that 750 used right now, 2/3 of it already goes toward public safety. So it's generally police, fire, 911. There is some contributions to housing services. So if you look at things that we have a question before the community right now, I'm being cautious and just educating about that question. The things that are in that question before the community, already 2/3 of the general fund goes toward those priorities and are not sufficient. And then when you account for the other things we have to have, buildings within which services are provided, fleet with which services are provided, the discretion gets very small very fast. It's not zero, but it is certainly not $2.4 billion.
Thank you for that response. Councilwoman Lee, and then any others of my colleagues?
Just briefly to the city manager on that point of 2/3 being for public safety, can you talk a little bit about what percentage of that 2/3 goes to staffing and how slim the fees are or the capability above and beyond personnel?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Lee, that's a great question because the vast majority that goes into police and fire right now under the general fund based budget is toward personnel. There's almost no capital investment in there. The capital investments in police and fire have come from Proposition 101 and the investment plan that you all adopted, spending general fund one-time money to fund that, and then a future funding source that is yet to be determined. So the ability to turn, if the question is, how would you find more money within that to fund more cops or firefighters? You're only sourcing that from current funding of cops and firefighters. That's not 100% true, but it is the vast majority.
All righty, thank you for that question. Any others? All righty. Of course, absolutely.
Just two more things to wrap up, Mayor and Council. Thank you. So on the last page of the memo, we touch on the fact that as of the writing and preparing for this conversation, we had just received the order on the federal freeze for grant and assistance programs. Since that time, there has been a whirlwind of activity and increasing uncertainty about our federal funding sources and the broader economy, especially in light of the tariffs that are being discussed and being imposed. Both of those areas can have a significant impact on our current and future budgets. So you will be hearing more about this topic as we move forward with our own budget status and budget preparation. The last thing I wanted to let you know, we have arrived at a date for our employee budget engagement event, March 3rd. We'll be holding that event again for all city employees to attend at the TCC, and I will leave you with the rest of our projected budget calendar, of which the dates haven't changed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your update on this. Looking forward to our next conversations. I do want to make sure that we also involve community in our conversations on the budget and how it's looking and the priorities that they want us see investing in. I know, Vice Mayor, you had.
I was just going to follow up with that same question. I know in the past, we've either had community dialogues, we've had a website where people can interact with the budget. I ask for it every single year, making sure we're being as transparent for people to see what it is that we're working with, and I think can better get to what City Manager was talking about, like what do we actually have room within the budget and what we don't. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to move on to item 2. Time has been set aside to discuss the progress on implementing the voter-approved Tucson Delivers Better Streets, Safe Streets program. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here at the table will be Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio, and one of our newest Deputy Directors of Transportation Mobility, Jim DeGrood, recently promoted and not that long ago stolen from a regional partner. And Jim is not only in his new role, but he has been at the forefront of getting Proposition 411 up and running. And so we've got an update of Proposition 411. I'll turn it over to the team, but I'm just going to emphasize that this is an example of when the voters have provided an investment that we deliver on those promises. So take it away, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. We do have a brief presentation for you. Before I dive into the presentation, I just want to recap kind of how we got here and some of the details of this program we're going to be giving you an update on. So as a reminder, Tucson voters approved Proposition 411 in May of 2022, authorizing the city to initiate a half-cent sales tax for 10 years, raising funds for neighborhood streets and safe streets. At the time, the program was projected to raise about $740 million, with 80% dedicated to neighborhood street improvements and 20% dedicated to safe streets. I'd like to start with this map because I think it really puts into context the magnitude of the program that we're talking about. The map on the left shows you a graphical representation of the pavement condition of all of our neighborhood streets across the city of Tucson. At the beginning of this program, a little over 80% of our local streets were in poor or very poor condition. You can see that just 2 short years later, we've made significant progress in improving that, with 67% of our local streets in poor or very poor condition. We still have work to do, but we've made a lot of progress. But I think what speaks volumes is before and after photos, and so here is just a couple of photos of some of the neighborhoods we've been doing work in. You can see just how poor some of that pavement condition is in these neighborhoods. The pictures on the left are Altadena Heights, and the pictures on the right are the South Park neighborhood. And you can see the after condition there on the bottom. I also want to draw your attention to that bottom left-hand corner image that shows you an improved curb access ramp. So while we're in the neighborhoods, we're not only improving the condition of the roadway, but we're also using this opportunity to upgrade the curb access ramps, thereby improving accessibility for all people in our community. So where are we at with Tucson Delivers Better Streets? We are just a little over 25% of the program that has either been completed or is in progress right now. And that means we either have a contract or we're getting ready to be under contract here very shortly. We started the program with an initial project list of 60 neighborhoods. We have 53 of those 60 neighborhoods complete so far. And then because the program is so large, we did break it up into 3-year phases. Phase 1 has a total of 135 neighborhoods, 53 of which are under contract and 22 have already been improved. You can see that as of just through November, we had collected nearly $150 million. It's likely higher now, and we've expended more than half of that to date on the program. There's also a few other before and after pictures just to show you what these neighborhood streets look like before we got in there and what they look like after. Now, I can't forget about the Safe Streets portion of the program, which again was that 20% investment. We have completed 55 safety projects within that program. The vast majority of those are much needed upgrades to our traffic signal equipment. And I also want to point out 2 projects in which we're especially proud of because we were able to layer Proposition 411 Safe Streets money with other projects that we were already going to be working on. So for example, Stone Avenue was a project that we already had funding dedicated to from the predecessor to 411, Prop 101, to repave Stone Avenue. And thanks to the leadership from the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, they allocated some of those safety dollars to this project to make it a more complete street project. We have completed the Stone Avenue cycle track, and if you haven't had a chance to check it out, it's really a transformational project for our downtown area. Similarly, we did something on Silverbell as well. We had a paving project that was planned, and we approached the Complete Streets Coordinating Council with an idea to make some necessary safety improvements, and we were able to allocate safe street dollars to a protected, buffered bike lane. And a lot of credit goes to our team at DTM for coming up with these ideas and bringing them forth to the Complete Streets Coordinating Council for that direction. Now, speaking of layered investments, one of the promises that were made to voters if Proposition 411 was approved is that we would dedicate $15 million a year for 5 years of our local money, a combination of Highway User Revenue Fund and General Fund, to improve collector streets. And so you can see that we've already begun to work on many. We have a handful of collectors that have already been completed. We have several more that are in progress. But the coolest thing about this program is there was a lot of coordination between the 2 oversight bodies, the Independent Oversight Accountability Commission on the Better Streets side of the sales tax and the Complete Streets Coordinating Council on the Safe Streets side to look for opportunities to layer funds on these projects. And so collectively, that group came up with the list of collectors that we ultimately are moving forward with. And a wonderful example of how we're going to be leveraging those dollars in a more complete project is Bilby Road, where not only are we improving the pavement, we're building sidewalks, streetlights, and making an overall safe infrastructure for our community. And then you can see that we have just a host of other projects, collector street projects that are in progress. This is my last slide before I close and take questions. I do want to take an opportunity to thank you, Mayor and Council, for your leadership. I want to thank the Tucson voters for having confidence in us to deliver a program of this magnitude. Also, I mentioned the IOAC and the Complete Streets Coordinating Council. Those are all bodies of volunteers that are working really hard to keep us accountable, and they've been doing a great job, and this success would not be without their help. And then lastly, the entire city team who has just worked tirelessly to get this program off the ground and running. We feel that we are at a really good pace right now, and we're very pleased with the progress. With that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Sam. Really appreciate the work that's being done. Of course, you know, when I see that progress of 81% of local streets were in poor or very poor condition. And then now, of course, there's progress, right? 67% of our streets are poor or very poor. I think of a couple of things. I think of one, that it took decades for those streets to get the way they were, right? It didn't magically just happen because this person became mayor of the city of Tucson. It had been decades under previous leaderships that we had seen that decay of our neighborhood roads in the city of Tucson. And then two, now that we are collecting money, how can we spend it quickly? Because I do see that we have about $149 million collected and 80 million spent, but how is it humanly possible for us to keep moving swiftly, responsibly, and delivering to the community that we need to deliver to? So I guess it's not a question more than encouragement to continue moving fast, responsibly, and quickly to deliver a good product to our community. The other piece is the safe streets element, correct? I know that the coordinating council is looking to the possibility of whatever else is out there for us to be able to layer the money and get more product out of the investment. So, but I do see that safety projects, we've only completed 3. Tell me a little bit more as to what has been delaying these safe streets projects.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. So one of the things that we noted in the material is that the Complete Streets Coordinating Council approved a 7-year street safety implementation plan. And a part of that, that plan is layering those safety dollars on those collector streets. Also looking for other opportunities. As you know, we are very busy also delivering Proposition 407 connection projects. And so looking for all those opportunities to stretch those safe street dollars further. I think that 7-year street safety plan really gives you an idea of how we're going to layer those improvements. To answer your question more directly, is it takes some of these collector improvement projects, and instead of it just being a simple repaving project, we're now talking about a rather complex capital project where we are designing improvements, we're getting public feedback. But I think at the end of the day, we're delivering a more complete project. And so we will, with the approval of that street safety plan, we're going to start to make more progress on the safe street side of the house. So you'll see more of those projects rolling out here soon.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilman Lee.
I also wanted to thank our Tucson voters and our volunteers who take time to serve on the IOAC and as well our Complete Streets Coordinating Council. I know they spend a lot of time looking at all the information, hearing from the public about what they would like to see. So kudos to them. We've been having some challenges, Sam, with some of our neighbors, and you probably already heard about being informed when the paving and road safety projects are coming to their neighborhood. Is that something that we're taking care of in-house, or is that something we're contracting out to the contractor who is responsible for repaving the roads?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, thank you for that question. We are handling the communication for the program in-house. We're doing that work with our strategic communication team. I do know that we get the notifications out to your offices, and we definitely try to be very timely with those notifications. I can also tell you we are moving fast, and so if we've made a few missteps, we'll go back and take a look on how we can improve that communication. the project is in active construction. There could be instances in which the contractor themselves are delivering some of those messages, but we also stay in close ties with the contractors, and so anything we can do to improve, we certainly will do that, and I'll take that feedback to the team so we can make sure we're not making those mistakes.
Yeah, and I think it'll be helpful, and I know we saw this previously when just one section of a neighborhood gets done and not the other section, that the neighbors, get very upset about why their part of the neighborhood hasn't been repaved. And so I think it'll be helpful as we're putting communications out to let people know, right, when that is coming in line. Because then that makes it really challenging, to us. So, I'm not keeping track of the schedule either, so I'm not sure. So I think that would be helpful as well. And then I know you just talked about Silver Bell, south of St. Mary's, and it looks beautiful. Love the infrastructure. Feels so much safer to walk and bike around there, and even to drive a car, because it really slows you down. Would like to see more of that, in some of these other areas where we just have maybe flexi posts or something else that isn't so a little more hard infrastructure that's very visible. But curious, because I know that the rest of Silver Bell was supposed to be one of the RTA projects, and it is in such bad shape. Anytime I drive through there, I just feel like the motor is gonna fall off my truck. So what's the plan, or what are we thinking for the rest of Silver Bell?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, that's a great question. So a portion of Silver Bell is an RTA project that we are wrapping up design on as we speak. There is a portion of Silver Bell that it does not have any improvements planned for it. And I think what you've just outlined is, while we have this amazing funding source to address the needs in our community for neighborhood streets, there is a lack of funding sources for arterial roads. That's how we were able to do some of the projects you're seeing finish up. Proposition 101 did have funding for arterial streets. Prop 411 does not. So we need to continue to get creative on how we allocate funding for arterial street maintenance. In the meantime, we have an amazing crew of street maintenance workers that can help address any concerns you see out there. Just let us know. We can come out and fix them.
I drive Silver Bell every day. And I have to reiterate the concern that I have with Silver Bell Road. And I think that it's important that we look at beyond 411, how we can put to use our HERF funds. Some of the HERF funds we're going to start seeing more of because we're paying our bonds. So as we start looking into how to put that HERF money to use, then I think we have to do very similar evaluation of how poor some of the arterials are and layer some of those funds. If we are going to start the RTA project, then add the section of Silver Bell that is not scheduled for RTA redo to do those pieces. And thank you so much, by the way, I have to say, Tucson Boulevard, oh my goodness, I really appreciate, it was in a bad shape, and thanks to the Collector Street program, we have been able to see a big piece of Tucson Boulevard fixed, and it was highly necessary, so thank you. Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Like my colleague, Vice Mayor, we get lots of questions about why isn't my section being fixed. I saw across the street they fixed that. And I want to compliment you now, Deputy Director DeGroot, for being so responsive to my office and to the neighborhoods. You even came out to a neighborhood meeting for a particularly difficult question, which we solved and made my office a hero, so I'm really appreciative. Congratulations on the progress of this program. It's really great. And there are challenges. There's Silver Bell sections in every ward, and I'm not going to. And as an aside note, your copper-colored tie reminds me of another issue that we're getting a lot of calls on, and that's the street light wires being stolen. And I know you guys are working on it. I just want to take this public forum to say, hey, Tucson Police Department is trying to catch those knuckleheads that are doing that, and that's a priority. And I know that you and your team are trying to figure out creative ways to get them repaired as quickly as possible. People are upset that it's months and months and months making the streets where they walk unsafe. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't need much of an answer, but thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know what percentage would be on track, but 25% feels like we're humming right along schedule, if not ahead of schedule. I agree with the mayor. If we have the funds, anything we can do to accelerate before costs continue to go up. But on that note, with 75% of the work ahead of us and what we've seen with RTA, when we're looking so far out into the future and the risk of us not being able to complete projects, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about our level of confidence in finishing this program out, getting everything done on time, within budget, on schedule, because I know we talked about that when we were putting the list together and the estimates. So could you speak to that, Sam, just our ability to complete this program?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Lee. I'd be happy to speak to that. Our confidence is very high that we're going to complete the program. I can tell you that that is not completing the program is not an option. We went into this with that's right. we went into this knowing that it is a probably one of the largest investments this community has made in our neighborhood streets. But obviously the team was up for the challenge. Jim and his team have done a great job in setting us on the right track. In terms of on time and on budget, I don't know what the future holds, but I can tell you that the team is very diligent in making sure that we are being responsible with the dollars that we have, that we are looking for ways to find efficiencies in the program and still not compromise on the product that we deliver. So I do feel confident that we're going to complete the program as promised.
Any other questions? I too want to add my congratulations to Deputy Director DeGrood. Thank you so much for joining the City of Tucson team. You are really absolutely valuable to all of us. And just homework, I want to see a complete map of green as soon as possible. But thank you so much for the presentation. Good work. And I'm looking forward to continued celebrations in neighborhoods. All right. We move on to item 3, which I think the same people are going to stay at the table. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the continued efforts by the City of Tucson to improve traffic safety in our community.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is something we report on periodically. Traffic safety means a lot to this community, and it's something that requires contributions from across the organization. It requires, laws and ordinances that are protective of the public. It requires a transportation and mobility network that's well-maintained and has good design. It requires enforcement arm and education arm and contributions from Tucson Police and others. So this one is absolutely an ongoing collaboration. And it's never one where we can declare victory, because victory is 0 deaths on our roads, and we're not there. But goal number 1 is to not have them get larger, and goal number 2 is to reduce them over time. So having set those clear expectations, I'll turn it over to Sam and our Police Chief, Chad Kasmar.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon again, Mayor, members of the council. Chief Kasmar and I do have a brief presentation that we'd like to go over with you, and then we'd be available to answer any questions. I'd like to start with this chart here. I know it's one that you've all seen before. It outlines the number of traffic fatalities in our city streets by calendar year. And if I draw your attention to 2022, that was a really bad year in which we almost saw 100 traffic-related fatalities on our city streets. But I'm also very encouraged by seeing the downward trend of those 2 subsequent years, and we finished 2024 just above 90 traffic-related fatalities. Entirely too many, as the manager just said. 0 would be ideal, but we are seeing some progress, and we'd love to tell you about some of the stuff we're doing to try to keep that trend continuing down. So there are 5 traffic safety components that we've talked with you all before about. They are evaluation, engineering, education, encouragement, and enforcement. This graphic may look familiar because it was included in a 5-year traffic safety plan that we gave, presentation we gave to Mayor and Council back in 2018. I'd like to touch on each of these just briefly before we conclude our presentation. So starting out with evaluation, it's important that we identify where the needs are in terms of concerns related to traffic safety. And that's so we can allocate our limited resources in a most efficient manner. One of the ways that we do that is what's called a road safety assessment. You may have heard us use this term before. It is a program that's actually funded out of PAG. They hire consultant engineers to actually go out into the community, get out from behind their desk, and see firsthand where some of these issues are. And then they prepare a report that outlines short, mid, and long-term recommendations on how we can make improvements to the transportation infrastructure. One of my quick anecdotal success stories is we did one of these at Golf Links and Pantano Parkway. We did, in fact, sadly have a traffic-related fatality there. The RSA was conducted and made several recommendations that would have otherwise been unfunded if not for Proposition 411 Safe Streets. We were able to leverage those Safe Street dollars and make much-needed safety improvements to that intersection, and those are complete now. We also have set up a traffic management center at our downtown office with a myriad of dashboards in which staff are monitoring what's going on in the streets in real time. And just in recent months, you know, that work is now dovetailing with some of the work that's occurring at CSARC. So we're really excited to see what the future of this may hold. Continuing on with evaluation, one of the projects we're working on is a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant that we partnered with Pima County on to develop an action plan for safe streets. And the cool thing about this project, it is not just the city of Tucson and not just Pima County, but it's actually multiple jurisdictions across the Pima County region. As you know, traffic-related fatalities does not know jurisdictional boundaries, and so we're going to work with all of our jurisdictional partners on ways that we can improve safety in our community. This project is well underway, and we will be excited to report the results of this action plan with Mayor and Council in the future. So after that evaluation is done, we get to my favorite component, which is engineering. We actually get to build stuff. And so as I already outlined in the prior item, the work that we're doing, here's a few other places where you can see we've used innovative ideas to include an exclusive bike phase for a bike boulevard on the south side. We've narrowed intersection sizes by using asphalt art to have curb extensions. And then we've also done some things that are very technical, such as reducing speed limits, installing speed feedback radar signs, and also just having different speed limits for the time of day, daytime speed limits and slower nighttime speed limits. Continuing on the engineering theme, again, I want to highlight these 2 projects I just spoke about, Stone Avenue and Silverbell Road. Here's just a few more pictures of those safety improvements that we were able to install with those Safe Street dollars. And again, you can see where we are prioritizing the safety for our most vulnerable users, people walking and biking. Now, education encouragement is just as important as all those items that I just mentioned. One of the things that I'm really proud of is Tucson has been supporting Safe Routes to School program for many, many years now, in which we go into elementary schools and we teach children how to walk and bike to school safely. I've been able to view one of these classes firsthand, and it's really cool to see the engagement by these young students. We're also working with our partners at Tucson Police Department. Myself and Chief Kazmar did record a public service announcement, just encouraging the community to operate their vehicles safely when they're on our roads. We also have free yard signs, if anybody would like some, that say slow down. And we have a whole stack of these in English and Spanish. And so if anyone would like some, just let me know. We'd be happy to deliver some to your offices. And then lastly, just getting out the word in any way that we can. We have put ads out there on bus shelters, on buses, and what we're trying to do is convey a message that we all play a role in traffic safety in our community, not just people driving a vehicle. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Kazmar to wrap up the presentation. Chief.
Thanks, Sam. You sure you don't want to keep managing the clicker? Looks like it's difficult to use. Honorable Mayor, members of council, city leadership, thanks for providing an opportunity for Sam and I to discuss an ongoing challenge in our community. Just last council, I was presenting on fentanyl and violent crime, and we see some correlation here with fentanyl and how that's impacting our community with traffic safety. If we think about it, anyone at this table in our community is much more likely to be involved in a collision or a fatal traffic collision versus some type of other violent act in our community. So as we continue to educate and encourage, we're going to talk a little bit about that. It's no surprise that we're looking to scale the use of technology in pilot programs to see if they're viable or valuable for our community, both from an IT perspective or from a transportation or an enforcement perspective or in prevention. I mean, ultimately, the goal is for us what is the best possible way to get immediate returns and make our streets safer, as education and encouragement, engineering, and all take time. And that enforcement component, you know, I have 30 full-time folks out there doing traffic enforcement in a community that spans 250 square miles. So technology, we looked at the red light indicator. A little bit odd because it's actually a blue light, but the blue light, it had some promise, and the data reflected that we did see some statistical difference. Where it gets complicated is how do you peel out the traffic enforcement, proactive enforcement that occurred in that intersection in conjunction with changes made to protected left turn or flashing yellow. We feel at the department, and feedback from the motor officers that are out there doing the work, that we're seeing higher levels of return on those protected left turns and the flashing yellow. I'm the biggest proponent of the protected left turn because it's clear to when you can go. And that's important because when we really dissect the traffic fatalities that we have, 19 of those 91 traffic fatalities involved a left turn. In fact, the most recent traffic fatality that we had just this morning at 10 a.m. at Ajo and Forges was an individual making a U-turn instead of a left turn that ultimately between the two vehicles collided. So it's that level of distraction and folks not really paying attention where I see the most preventable opportunity to really decrease our collisions. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. This is why I didn't take this. Thanks, Sam. You're a good wingman. That's why I didn't want this. I sometimes get questioned in the community when I say we can't arrest our way out of a problem or we can't cite our way out of a problem. And I'll lay a little foundation for that. We often all get sound bites of us making statements. What that encompasses in a comprehensive strategy, it certainly plays a key role. So there has to be accountability for driving behavior. Within the education and encouragement, and there's different levels of encouragement on a traffic stop. Just because you get pulled over doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to receive a traffic ticket. It might be an educational contact, which clearly this slide reflects in almost 10,000 contacts that didn't result in an actual citation. And normally the way that occurs is somebody taking ownership and being receptive to the conversation that the officer's having. And so they're confident that just that contact is going to change that driving behavior. There's plenty of empirical data that show why an officer is there, and we will all testify to that. So whether an officer is driving behind you, whether it's a motor officer driving behind a normal police officer, that changes our driving behavior, or the officers in the area, we all slow down and we all pay attention and we make sure that our cell phones are not in our hands. And so again, what this shows you is a sustained increase of traffic contacts. We've had over 3,000 contacts this year. Those numbers have gone up. So with less staff, we're doing more traffic contacts. Again, that's symbolic of we can't enforce our way out of this. It plays a component, but we need to really, as a community, talk about what a safe streets look like. We can go ahead to the next slide, if it's possible. Like Sam started the presentation with, I think everybody at this table knows we can do better. As you know, your chief of police, as an active cyclist, I walk around a lot in our community as well. People are just more distracted. Cars are larger, they're quieter, there's more technology. I mean, heck, some of the new cars look like they have computer screens in the front of them. And what we know, our people are distracted. So again, if I asked everybody to guess who the most at-risk population was of drivers to be involved in a fatal collision, more than likely, those of us who are raising young men or young children would probably say young boys or early drivers, and certainly our insurance rates reflect that. What we're seeing here in Tucson, though, is that the 35 to 44 male is actually most probable of being involved in a fatal traffic collision, and it's for a variety of reasons, right? It could be intoxication, it could be distraction, it could be speeds. All those things create higher probability. But really, when we look at the data and how we broke it down, it's really 35 to 74. So that means every male sitting at this table has a higher risk of being distracted, just like Councilmember Cunningham, by a phone in their hand. These are powerful devices. Sorry, sir, not to call you out. It was a perfect prop that we set this up beforehand. I appreciate you setting that example up for me. The reality is, everybody this week, if we're being candid with ourselves, probably had a phone in our hand at some point while we were in our vehicle. And so I'm going to make that call to action again with my partner here in reducing crime and fatal collisions is, set everything up before you leave your driveway. Put your phone in your glove box. Don't be tempted to be touching the phone, because that is one of the biggest distractors. And the reason that's important is because one of the numbers that we looked at, and going from 2023 to 2024, was our unsheltered population went from a population of about 23.3% of being struck by cars while jaywalking or crossing in an intersection against a light, to that number in 2024 rose up to nearly 59%. So again, this is something that can really impact anybody in our community, of being distracted, not paying attention, the way our roads are designed, our dark streets, by intention in our partnership with U of A and dark skies. Those are all things that are contributing environmental factors that really require us to pay attention and while we're out there. And that also includes if pedestrians wearing reflective clothing at night, and certainly if you're going to be on a bicycle, that you're wearing a helmet and you're wearing the protective clothing with the headlight in the front and the tail light behind you. I'll close with, we can absolutely continue to do better. Just because the blue light technology didn't work, it doesn't mean that the other 58 cameras in 15 locations that you allowed us to scale after October of 2023, when Mayor and Council gave direction to scale technology in this community. And so your IT shop, public safety, and transportation have all been working together to really scale that technology. I think it's also time to really think about, what does it look like to go back to the voters for technology, enhanced technology like speed cameras or red light cameras, that we could put that back to the community and say, hey, look, we've made some changes. We haven't seen the reductions. We're frankly about a 5-year average of 91.8 traffic fatalities point year. We're just under that. We all want to do better. And could that tool be an unbiased way where we come up with our own Tucson-centric program that doesn't necessarily target at it's not about making money, making it profitable for the city, but it's about really reminding people that everybody has a responsibility to drive safe in our community. And that's our presentation.
Thank you so much. You two, really appreciate the work that you're doing hand in hand to reduce crashes in our community. I guess my first question, in the memo you talk about critical corridors, and there's a big investment being done in these corridors, but these corridors, approximately 14% of all city traffic fatalities happen here. So please expand, which corridors are these, and what are we doing in these areas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take a stab at that, and if Chief wants to add anything, he certainly can. So in the material, we outlined 4 main corridors, and these won't come as a surprise to you. Grant Road, Park to Swan, RTA project, First Avenue, Grant to River, RTA project, Fort Lowell, Oracle to First Avenue. Actually, I believe there's some RTA Next funding in that one. And Valencia, I-19 to Alvernon, which is actually also an RTA corridor, but mainly for traffic signal improvements. And so what are we doing? Well, we do have those major capital projects that hopefully will address those needs. But I will tell you that internally, we also think about, we can't wait for those projects to be built. We need to take some more proactive approaches to improving safety on these corridors. First Avenue in particular is one that there are several fatalities on First Avenue. And so we continue as a team to look at innovative ways that we can put stuff out into the community that will improve safety while we wait for these much needed improvements on the corridor projects. Chief, I don't know, did you want to add anything to that?
Thanks, Sam. I'll just add, in our commitment to evidence-based strategies, those are also 4 primary corridors that we pay attention, and we make sure that we do intentional deployments, and we track how those deployments are impacting. You'll also notice Fort Lauderdale also has some Viva connection. And then I also want to tie into, because we're all having conversations in our effort to educate the community about Prop 414, Safe and Vibrant Cities, that again, enforcement will play a key role, but as we figure out how to decrease fentanyl in our community or get folks housed or break cycles through the transition center in our partnership with the Pima County, how does program investment really help us tackle this issue in the more rapid investment that we do, and I think the quicker results that we'll see in lowering some of these numbers.
Excellent, thank you. Vice Mayor, I know you had comments and questions, and then Councilwoman Lee, Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up. I had a similar question. Also curious if Chief Casmar, you can speak a little bit. I think some of the pushback we've gotten on the funding going to TPD around what folks interpreting as surveillance, and what the approach is to address a lot of the street takeovers that are very dangerous that we're seeing in our community. Also, just the drag racing that's happening that also poses a risk as like part of this, overall conversation of how we're keeping our how it's all part of our Safe Streets program.
Honorable Mayor Romero, members of council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. Absolutely, thank you for the opportunity to really discuss the use of the plane, and that has been a point of conversation for all of your offices, is really addressing folks who are already out to intentionally break the law with taking over intersections, or like we saw in a peaceful protest that we had in our community on Sunday, where they start criminal driving behavior within these groups, which creates, they're not connected to the folks that are out there peacefully protesting, but potentially create harm. We're not able to go in at that time and make contact because they're embedded within several hundred of our community members. So whether it's a street racing takeover, it's some of the UTVs and motorcycles and dirt bikes that are not licensed to be on the road, that we've all seen drive through your different ward areas and geographic areas, that are doing wheelies or driving on sidewalks. It's super risky behavior. In fact, we had an almost fatal collision on our frontage road just last week involving a UTV. The situation with those is they won't stop for a traditional contact. For a motor officer or a police officer, they want us to chase them. Or they can hear the helicopter and then they want to try to outrun the helicopter. So it creates a very dangerous situation for the entire community. So the plane, again, which is a city resource, not just a Tucson Police Department resource, flies at anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 feet instead of 500 to 600 feet, where it goes unnoticed, where we can safely use technology to lock on criminal driving behavior of folks that are intentional in what they're doing, whether it's that capacity or in a violent crime nexus, and then we can use that technology to safely land them at a location. So it doesn't create harm for some kind of contact to happen on an open street or area. So that is the design, and that's my request. We've been consistent in talking about that need for over 3 years now. We depend on the county right now to use their resources. And it's a more economical platform, because while the helicopter can only be up for an hour or two, the plane can be up for 8 to 10 hours. And I will just remind everybody again, with the fires and the emergency management perspective that we've seen across the country as well, that it becomes a viable tool for anything from VIP visits and making sure we have safe, when folks from around at a local, state, and federal government come to our community, that we can have safe events. But also, if we did have a fire that was coming through Tucson, which is possible, that then becomes a resource from an emergency management perspective as well. And you can, there's a lot of other different examples that I could keep talking about.
No, thank you. I'm curious about the red light indicator, and thank you for the update on that. I'm not sure if there was an allocation, if that was just like one-time monies for that, or is there funding to then that we could use to retrofit some of these big intersections with some kind of temporary fix while we're waiting for these, bigger projects to go into place. And then the other question for you, Sam, is like, how's staff gonna determine the location of open street events and these demonstration projects as part of the program? And then finally, I know I've brought it up plenty of times, but I always want to keep it at the forefront, that the freeway and those intersections, those east-west connections on the freeway, are deadly, for people walking and biking. One of our FUGA members got hit off of Valencia by the intersection. Luckily, survived, but his life won't be the same. I got hit in a crosswalk. that, you know, like these are, and it made me think about like, yes, I'm lucky that I'm alive, but the like the burden, the stress that added. So we're not even accounting for all the people that are injured in these collisions. It's just the fatalities that it's too much, it's too costly for our community.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, let me see if I can answer these in order. The first one, the pilot at the intersection of Grant and Craycroft was in fact just a pilot project. All the parts for that were purchased by DTM in-house. We wanted to try it and see if it was something that could work. And I think as the chief accurately outlined, what had the greatest benefit at that intersection was going from a permissive left turn on a green ball to a protected left turn. My 17-year-old nephew drives through that intersection all the time, and he's very nervous to drive through on a green ball. He was very thankful to see the left turn arrow there. I know that I briefed your offices before on our rollout of protected left turns, and we're going to continue to do that as we allocate funding to make those conversions. I think that the funds are better used in the left turn protected only conversions. I don't know that we're going to explore that pilot any further on the blue lights. Regarding the open street events, a lot of those open street events are community driven. We've been a big sponsor of Cyclovia for a long time, as you know. And so as those locations are brought to us, we can evaluate them on a first come, first come basis. I'm not opposed to doing more events, and so as folks want to partner with the city to do open street events, I think they're great. They're wonderful for the community. I know my kids love it. A lot of kids love it, and we're definitely supportive of that. The third question, I believe, had to do with the underpasses. The underpasses are tricky indeed. We do have the interstates that we have to contend with. We don't have a lot of opportunity to make improvements, but when and where we can, we certainly will look for those opportunities. I know of the collision you told me about at Valencia. That is a massive interchange that is very car-centric. I do realize that. ADOT is currently in the process of working on their Irvington I-19 project, and so we do have a seat at the table, and we are trying to make it known how important it is to include certain safety elements for people walking and biking, and having that voice at the table has proved to be beneficial so far because we're seeing some shift in the mindset in terms of the design on how people walking and biking are thought of in those design projects. Did I miss one?
No, thank you. And I guess for me, I would just want to make sure that there is a strategy as part of Safe Streets for the freeway and those intersections. And I know ADOT has, a lot to do with that. And I know we've been in ongoing conversations, but I would love if that was part of a strategy too.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, this is a top concern we hear from our residents is excessive speeding, driving, the distractibility. So I appreciate everything that the team is doing from your departments to help address this. Chief, you said you have about 30, I believe you said about 30 folks out on the streets doing traffic enforcement. So we are out there, but as you said, it's 250 square miles and we can't possibly be everywhere that we need to be. So technology is going to have to help us out in terms of making our streets safer. And in 2015, I've been talking to the city attorney and to Councilmember Dahl, and we have a meeting later this month to really discuss what might be possible in terms of going back out to the voters, because to your point, Chief, in 2015, collectively we voted to get rid of the red light cameras, but it does feel like the sentiment is changing, and I would definitely be curious on exploring that just to see how we can assist your officers in making our streets safer. So I look forward to the conversation we're going to have later this month and see what might transpire on that front, because I agree that's going to have to be part of the solution. But thanks for all you're doing.
Councilmember Cunningham?
I'm going to get back to my notes. I'm interested, first of all, about the 34 fatalities for calendar year 2024. You were saying 60% were unsheltered?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, and Councilmember Cunningham. Yes, folks that we can confirm. Obviously, we can't always confirm whether somebody's unsheltered or they're living on the street, as we discussed last council meeting, it can be really complicated. Sometimes folks actually have a house to be at, but due to some of the life decisions that they're making or they're struggling with, they're living out on the streets. So the numbers that we had as we saw that increase, and most of those, of course, were related to jaywalking, and whether jaywalking was outside of a crosswalk or within a crosswalk without having the right-of-way in that crosswalk.
And the second piece I was gonna, and that's down from 23.3% the year before, is that what you said?
We went from 2023, where we had the unsheltered population numbers that we knew of were 23.3, and that went up to 58.8 in 2024.
And so that 23 to that 20 to 60%, I mean, it basically tripled. Is that because we were tracking it a little better? Is that one of the reasons, or were we really thorough?
No, I think we're thorough. I think we're seeing some of those trends, whether we're talking about, again, violent crime or some of our shopliftings turning into robberies or our pedestrian. We're just seeing I think, frankly, the impact of fentanyl. Again, all of the toxicology reports are not in from 2024. Those take time. So I'll have better numbers on that probably a few months into the year. But I think what we're seeing here is the impact of fentanyl.
So we don't know whether this was related directly to certain incidents or whether they were out flying signs. Do we have any like data on that?
Councilmember Cumming, I'm not quite sure I understand that part of your question, but what I would say is, I think the way that we track it, it's an indicator to us of where we can overlay where these traffic fatalities are happening. We can overlay that with our unsheltered investments in our systems, and then we can start overlaying different types of data sets to better understand where the population's impacting different parts of the community. They might not directly overlay those 4 corridors that we listed. Obviously, First and Fort Lowell will, and that's the primary focus of EVA in that area. But that might not be the case throughout the entire city.
No, first of all, congratulations on the unprotected lefts. I think that's a good piece to this, and that's obviously going to help a lot. My bigger concern is I'm really trying to understand if we're having incidents, the jaywalking incidents that we're having, are they away from intersections, or are they in medians, or are they in crosswalks? I'm just trying to understand like that piece to it.
65% of the pedestrian fatalities last year were within the crosswalks, but they did not have the right-of-way. So again, and we've had some adjacent to Hawks that we've installed, because that was obviously one of our technologies we deployed too. I think what it's symbolic of, and what we'll see, I'm confident in our point-in-time count this year, is that our unsheltered population is growing. It's not getting smaller. And as that population grows and more folks are struggling with mental health and substance misuse disorders, there's probability of more folks jaywalking, more folks being out in the streets where drivers aren't seeing them, and more potential for that conflict to occur between a vehicle and a pedestrian.
All right, this question is just as much for the city attorney. If we're using technology just to be able to review critical incidents, are we violating the mandate from the voters about red light cameras?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, no, we're not. What the voters approved really was the use of the cameras in the way to that would result in citations into court, where it didn't also involve the review of a police officer or the observation of a police officer.
So I think we have some leeway without going to the voters. I think we could. The issue that we had when we had the cameras was that there was zero give in that program. Now, people will say there was, but there wasn't. And the way we actually implemented that program, it disenfranchised a lot of people to the point the voters were very clear they didn't ever want to see them again. And getting a $500 citation in the mail when you made what was a pretty prudent driving decision. And that was the feedback I got back when we went through that, was we had people getting $300 and $400 fines. And if you reviewed their citation, you'd say, well, yeah, I guess, they'd come in and say, well, what about this? And you'd say, well, it looks like a green light, but there was really no, only the computer through 1/100th of a second could decide. And so that's kind of what backfired us. I'm sure we can write something up and go to the ballot there, but in the meantime, I think the faster way is maybe we can do something, especially in some of our more critical intersections, where if there is a critical incident, then we'll review it. Otherwise, I know there's a model for this in other cities where the data is only kept for like 3 days or 72 hours unless there's a critical incident and we can get footage of it. So I was thinking that would be something we could explore, maybe pilot it in 1 or 2 intersections to augment some of the other things we're doing. Finally, I really wanted to talk about the fact that we're averaging 82 traffic engagements in a day. A lot of people think that we're not doing a lot of things. And the idea that our police officers, who we don't have enough of anyway, are averaging 82 traffic engagements per day, that's 365 days a year, is quite a bit of enforcement as far as I'm concerned. And that means we've got people really doing their best for our safety. And while we're on this subject, if you do get pulled over, please make sure to cooperate with the officers as best you can, even if you disagree with what they're doing. They're just trying to help out. And as you see, 2/3 of those traffic engagements didn't result in tickets, probably because people were, had a good attitude. So just think about those things, and that's all I have, Mayor.
I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Councilmember Fimbres, did you have a question?
Hey, Chad and Sam, are you guys talking to the GOHS, Government of Highway Safety Office, about getting grants from them?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember members, yes, sir. We continue in 2025 to have GOHS-specific state dollars invested in traffic education and enforcement. I just signed off on over $100,000 of those, where we do everything from pedestrian education to speeding enforcement to DUI enforcement to child seat inspections and safe traffic fares. So all those things, again, I would put that under the education and ENCAMAS. So we're grateful to our GOHS partners that funds have been reduced and are limited, continue to be more and more limited at a state level. We do depend on those funds to offset our overtime expenditures and do proactive deployment. And what we're also doing is it's not just traffic officers that we use for those deployments. We're enticing some of the younger officers who are really been programmed to just respond to calls for service, and we're teaching them to have to do 2 things. One, to have proactive engagement with the community, and then those contacts where it can be an education and not just a ticket.
Hey, Chad, appreciate your help.
You bet, sir.
Alrighty. If there's no more questions, I just want to thank you both for the presentation. Thank you for the work, thinking creatively and innovatively. And like our city manager said at the beginning, our goal is 0. 0 fatalities in our streets. I know that's a big goal, but we have to work like we have been recently, and making sure that we're doing everything we possibly can, both engineering-wise and education-wise, as well as enforcement-wise. So thank you for your work, really appreciate it. Alrighty, we'll move on to item 4. Time has been set aside for a discussion about the City of Tucson's Housing Trust Fund. Before I throw it over to the city manager and Ann Shaneka sits to do the presentation, I want to thank you, Ann, and your team at Housing Community Development and Councilmember Dahl for bringing this item to Mayor and Council. The Tucson Housing Trust Fund is a testament to this Mayor and Council's commitment to long-term planning. And it's really nice to see the work that you've done before, right? As a council member, for me, in my case, when I served as a council member alongside, as a matter of fact, with Council Member Ulick in Ward 3, we recognized the importance of ensuring that City of Tucson received 1% from the sale of homes priced over $1 million. And at the time, I think they were like $500,000. Now they're $1 million. To particularly invest in our housing trust fund. This was over at the Mercado at Menlo Park, which we put together an incredible partnership with the Dixons over on that side. So reinstating the Tucson Housing Trust Fund, there is some funds in there already based out of the 1% sales, in the mercado. So it's important that we reactivate the Housing Trust Fund and make sure that our Equitable Housing and Development Commission help us, Mayor and Council, and that they do recommendations based on our housing affordability strategy for Tucson to make sure that we're reinvesting those dollars in what's needed the most and in long-term investments for our community. So throw it over to you, Mr. Manager, to introduce the item.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to turn it straight over to our Director of Housing and Community Development, Ann Chineka. We are in the process of reactivation, and your guidance and policy direction on that is going to be essential to staff moving forward. So Ann, take it away.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, for having me today to talk about the city's Housing Trust Fund. Mayor, that was a great overview, but I'll add a little bit of detail here. So housing trust funds are established, flexible sources of funding created by governments dedicated to supporting affordable housing development and related services to meet the needs of low-income households. They can be created and exist at all levels of governments. Many cities and counties have housing trust funds. Our state has a housing trust fund, and there's a federal housing trust fund. Often, housing trust funds are funded through a dedicated revenue source, such as a tax or fee, though that varies depending on the trust fund. In some cases, there's a large one-time infusion into the housing trust fund, and so that's in cases in which a bond passes, or a couple years back, our state ended up allocating $150 million to the state housing trust fund, which was a huge help for many localities making affordable housing projects happen. Because housing trust funds are created at the local level, the funds are not subject to the restrictions of the federal subsidy programs, and so can be specifically designed to really meet the needs of the local priorities. And so the City of Tucson does have a housing trust fund. As the mayor mentioned, it was created in 2006 by the mayor and council at that time. And at that time, there were different funding sources identified that could support the housing trust fund. Many of those funding sources never came to fruition, but mayor and council did allocate funding in 2006, 2007. I recently learned when Carol West retired, at that retirement party, they were accepting donations to put into the housing trust fund. So that's an example of a source of a revenue source that helped. This chart outlines some of the activities in terms of what the Housing Trust Fund supported. And so the main areas of funding were supporting down payment assistance for low-income families and also rental rehabilitation. But in addition, other activities included supporting employer-assisted housing, homeowner rehab, and security deposits. And so a little more of the history. In 2006, when the Housing Trust Fund was created, Mayor and Council created an oversight commission specific for the trust fund. That commission was very active 2006, 2007, when there was a lot of funding. And then, as you all know, the Great Recession hit. And so the funding that was prioritized for the City Housing Trust Fund ended up getting moved to higher needs at that time. And so at that point, there was a lot less activity, and the Oversight Commission started meeting less and less. And so in 2011, the Oversight Commission was sunsetted, and that role was taken on by the Metropolitan Housing Commission, which was the city's housing commission at that time. As the mayor mentioned, in 2013, the City of Tucson entered a development agreement with Gadsden. That ended up creating a source of funding for the trust fund that we're still seeing today. And then in 2020, the Metropolitan Housing Commission had stopped meeting, and so Mayor and Council dissolved the Metropolitan Housing Commission and created the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development. Part of why I'm here today is it was never formally stated that the commission would oversee the Housing Trust Fund. And so as the mayor mentioned, there is some funding in the Housing Trust Fund today. There's a couple different funding sources that allow funding to accumulate, including the Gadsden development sales, and then also repayment of mortgage loans that were provided by the Housing Trust Fund in 2006 and 2007. So today, there's over $300,000 in the Housing Trust Fund. And so it's been a priority of HCDs to reactivate the Housing Trust Fund for a few years. This was something that was explicitly written in the Housing Affordability Strategy for Tucson. There was a policy initiative to pursue additional and more sustainable funding streams. And so one of the actions said the city used to have a housing trust fund. Reinstating that housing trust fund should be a priority. And then the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development weighed in when they sent mayor and council recommendations in 2022. And so in those recommendations, they specifically said, reinstate the City of Tucson Housing Trust Fund as a supplementary source of financing on projects to fill funding gaps. And so one of the last times I was here talking about the housing affordability strategy, I talked about how important gap funding is. And so just to reiterate that gap funding for affordable housing is one of the most important things we can do to encourage more housing. So there's many reasons for that. One of them is there's points in the low-income housing tax credit application for applicants who receive local government support in the form of gap funding. So in typical cases, we'll provide $500,000 in gap funding, and we receive a huge return on investment in terms of community benefits. So an example, I use the city's project because I know those numbers on the top of my head, but we received $500,000 in home gap funding and ended up, as that, getting $18.1 million in private equity and 63 units of affordable housing. The other thing with gap funding, as the name suggests, a lot of affordable housing projects have a gap between how much they get in private equity and how much it costs to construct. And so gap funding is really important to fill that gap. One thing about gap funding, especially for low-income housing tax credit projects, it's given as a loan. And so depending on the project over time, the city receives loan payments that can support additional affordable housing projects. And so we are currently in the 2025 gap funding application round. I'll be coming in front of you in the next couple of months with the recommendations for who to support this year using our federal home funding. And so even prior to last week's activities, I had mentioned for years now, home has been on the radar as a program they may eliminate. And so that makes the gap funding piece even more difficult moving forward. And so hearing from the Commission on Equitable Housing and from affordable housing developers how important gap funding is, there is a line item proposed for the Proposition 414, Safe and Vibrant City. And so item A-1, gap financing pool, proposes $2 million a year for 10 years for gap funding for developers. And specific in the description of that item, it talks about how that particular item would go through the city's housing trust fund. And there's many different reasons for that, but one of the main reasons, as I mentioned, is this isn't a form of a loan, and sometimes those loan payments won't come back to the city for 15 years. Going through the housing trust fund ensures that it will go back into the housing trust fund to then support more affordable housing in the future. And so there's no action required by council at the study session, but this evening there is a regular consent item, which is to it's to amend the city code to make it clear that the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development is the oversight body for the Housing Trust Fund. And finally, so summarizing funding sources, I always look to the future as well. And so existing, there are a couple sources of funding that do provide a little bit of funding into the Housing Trust Fund today. As I mentioned, should Prop 414 pass, that would provide funding specific for gap funding that would go through the Housing Trust Fund. And then looking into the future, of course, one thing we always do is look at what other cities are doing. And there are a lot of creative ways cities do fund their housing trust funds. And so I think that's a conversation we can have at a future time. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Anne. Really appreciate it. Just want to hear from the colleagues if there are any questions. Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Dahl.
I guess I really don't have questions. Thank you for that overview and about when it was created and how there was never dedicated funding. And just, I know, thank you to Mayor Romero and previous council who had the foresight to include some funding for it with the Mercado development. So I guess maybe I do kind of have a question. So is right now who is kind of advising us is the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development?
On issues related to affordable housing, to date, no one's, because the Metropolitan Housing Commission no longer exists, nobody's been talking specifically about the Housing Trust Fund. And so that's why working with the Attorney's Office, they felt like we really needed to amend the city code to add that to the responsibility of the commission moving forward.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so I think it's important the way that we, a lot of times we're putting out fires and have these like short-term kind of emergency situations that we need to continue to do. We need to be planning for the long-term investments that you just laid out. So I'm supportive of changing, the commission's role to include this, and also the way that we plan out short-term emergency investments, that we're also doing that long-term. Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you for your leadership on housing in general and your foresight in setting up this brilliant thing with Gadsden that they continue to build this fund. I hope there's some other deals we can make. When I'm thinking about future developments, I'm thinking something needs to go into this fund. It's a way that a development can support affordable housing. I know we don't have a consensus to do this today, but I want to talk about an idea that my office has about using some of these funds to be put to immediate use, short-term use. Long-term is important, but keeping people sheltered through 2 existing city programs that I consider brilliant. When I look at this list of programs, some of them aren't around anymore. Some are great, Primavera and stuff, but we did not have the community safety, health, and wellness. We did not have Housing First. And we've learned through the work that they do and the work that we do with people who come to our office every week that it is much, much cheaper to keep someone in their apartment or house than it is to house someone who's landed on the street. And then much more resources are needed. So programs that can prevent people are part of the things we need to do. Ward 3, and I know that some of my colleagues' offices have helped, we've recently dedicated $30,000 to community safety so that care coordinators who are making on-the-ground decisions with real people have the resources to immediately help somebody. And what we've learned is a little bit of money can go a long way. And we're really thankful for the leadership of Brandy Champion with the Housing First and Lee Hopkins with community safety teams and Director Ann Chineka. But $1,000 can keep someone get evicted. $400 paying someone's electric bill so they don't get behind on rent. $50 can pay for someone to get their birth certificate. I absolutely support long-term planning and investing, and we absolutely will benefit. I'm watching my words, Mayor. Will benefit should the voters support 414 so that there's money for the housing programs that we want to see going forward. When the commission comes back to us with proposals, I'm hoping that they will include some portion so that we can immediately help people. Thanks, Mayor.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think that in the work of being able to keep people housed, this mayor and council has been incredibly responsive and responsible in putting money towards eviction prevention, which goes a long, long way to help curb unsheltered homelessness in our community. I wonder, I just have a question. You might know, you might not know, but we can figure it out. Pima County has the Community Action Agency, and the Community Action Agency used to be funded, I believe, partly through Pima County general funds. And it was, the agency was a big part of keeping people housed and paying emergency payments to utilities so that people wouldn't lose their electricity or water. Is the Community Action Agency still available, and is it still funded to help prevent eviction prevention and paying bills and other emergencies?
I am not sure on the Community Action Agency, Mayor. So that's something we can definitely find out. We obviously work very closely with their Emergency Eviction Legal Service Program, which sounds like does some of that work as well, but we can get back to you and find out what that looks like. The one thing I will mention, the Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness also has a pot of money really dedicated to trying to keep people housed
Yeah.
using flexible funding as well, but we can get back to you on the Community Action Agency.
And what is a responsibility that EELS is doing to help with the issue? I know that through state funding, the city of Tucson received a grant and we purchased a hotel so that we could prevent people from becoming homeless, those that have already been evicted. Does the Pima County, what is it, EELS stand for?
Emergency Eviction Legal Services.
Do they also contribute to people not being evicted and preventing homelessness?
So, and happy to have them present more, but from my understanding, they focus a lot on folks who are in process of getting evicted and in danger of getting evicted, providing free legal services to them. They do help in terms of providing resources when it's available to prevent evictions. And then, as you mentioned, there is a shelter dedicated when folks are being evicted to get on their feet, find another place to go. And that is a collaboration between us and Pima County.
And then just to stay on the Pima County subject, I know that the Pima County Board of Supervisors decided to put $5 million per year towards affordable housing projects. I know that they have become a wonderful partner to to the city of Tucson in the work that we're doing, including putting some money, I believe $1 million to the Tucson House, and then $1 million towards our Amazon flats that we're developing. Do they put any of those funds towards emergency eviction prevention?
I believe that that $5 million they're dedicating is specific for affordable housing development and rehabilitation. So more specifically, the development side is what they're focused on with that money. I do know they received, just as we did, the money to purchase the shelter. They received funding from the state's Housing Trust Fund to support their program through June of 2026.
And finally, it would be, do they have a housing commission as well? It would be wonderful to be able to compare notes, right? Have our housing, equitable housing commission really compare notes and or meet or invite commissioners, Pima County commissioners to our equitable housing commission meetings. I think that it's beneficial for Pima County and the city of Tucson and our commissions that have similar missions to be able to meet together. I know that from the very beginning of our Equitable Housing Commission, we've been adamant, at least I have, in having the presence of Pima County at our meetings. It would be wonderful to be able to invite them and have conversations and have them be able to give input or present at our Equitable Housing Commission so that we can really layer investments and be smarter about how we're investing in affordable housing, but also these emergencies that Councilmember Dahl is talking about, eviction prevention. Councilmember Cunningham.
So that's one of the biggest challenges, right, is real-time response. No matter what we run into, whether it's EELS, whether it's any of the other programs we've mentioned, CAA, whoever, even when we have families that are coordinating with CRC, we got families coordinating with Wildcat, we got with HCD, it's the ability to help in real time. This past week, we collaborated with Ward 6 directly. Thank you, Councilmember Ulick, to help people with some placement and some eviction mitigation. We also have some programs that we're going to be coming down the pike that would help outside of government funds, where we've got some opportunity, where we have some folks that are in our system that just need that little boost. They don't need much more. And so I think we have some opportunity to get there. We're actually collaborating with the chamber on that. So I think we've got some opportunities coming our way. The big thing is that I think that both Ward 1 and Ward 3, I think both council members, Santa Cruz and Dahl, make a really good point here about that emergency response. So I don't know if we really don't want to do that today. We just want to restart the trust fund. I absolutely get it. But there's going to be some fungibility in these funds, and that may give us an opportunity. And if we may be in a situation, and this is at your discretion, Mayor, where the council offices might be able to be a good spot to facilitate some of these mitigations or some eviction relief, kind of in real time. And maybe we can coordinate with HCD, so, because it's a good opportunity. We don't have enough boots on the ground to respond to everybody, but I know that all of our offices are getting calls about this. And so it would be cool to be able to help.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Real-time need is important. So what's next, Anne?
So I am happy to take your feedback back to the Commission on Equitable Housing. They meet monthly and then they have subcommittees. I will ask, given the real time and the urgency, to provide recommendations on those existing funds quickly. And we can take back, so they will be recommending to you how to spend that money.
And it would be really good, and if we also dig into what possibilities exist within the EELS program as well as the Community Action Agency, because if there are any funds there that we can put to work immediately on eviction prevention, we should collaborate with Pima County. Alrighty, so tonight we're going to approve the consent agenda item to assign the responsibility to the Equitable Housing Commission to assign funds and recommend to Mayor and Council what we do with the Housing Trust Fund.
Yep, so that will amend the city code to make it clear that the Commission of Equitable Housing and Development is the oversight body recommending funding and then making sure that public monies are spent wisely and for the purposes as outlined.
And that we are committing to looking into the possibilities of partnership with Pima County. Okay, perfect. Any other questions, comments? Alrighty, good, because we are out of time on this item. We move on to item 5. Time has been set aside for the Mayor and Council to receive the Economic Initiatives 2024 Annual Report. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, joining me here at the table is our Director of Economic Initiatives, Barbara Coffey, and out of the corner of my eye in the audience, the entire Office of Economic Initiatives just about is back there. So Barbara's got a good story to tell, and so I'll just turn it over to you.
I always bring reinforcements, so it's a great team. Thank you very much, City Manager, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, members of council. Thank you for this opportunity to be here and share with you some highlights from our 2024 annual report. So again, a review of some activities from last year in accordance with our metrics that correspond to our comprehensive economic development strategy. So what you're going to see, and again, thank the team, because this is the hands and feet that do all the work, so I'm so pleased that they're here today for this report. You can see from this that our pipeline is very full. We continue to work very closely with our state and regional partners to position Tucson for attracting some of this investment. So again, you see $20 billion in the pipeline and 32,000 jobs, which that represents, which means there are lots of prospects for us, and we are getting in front of those. And I just ask you to keep in mind, it does take a long time sometimes for these projects to come to fruition, to get to the point of announcement, but they definitely represent some opportunities, and we are working actively on a couple that we do hope will announce in 2025. So keep that in mind. As we look at the highlights of this year, I want to mention two projects that we announced. Belden, a leading manufacturer of optical fiber, opened its 300,000 square foot facility on East Valencia that will house distribution, but also a research and development component. And that represents a $6.5 million capital investment and 37 new jobs. The facility is well positioned to support its manufacturing efforts they have in Nogales, Mexico. And so again, showing Tucson's competitive advantage with proximity to Mexico. The Home Depot also opened its newest store at Houghton Town Center, a $44.6 million investment and 150 jobs associated with that project in an area that's very excited, I think, to see that retail come to them. So in addition to having this full pipeline and shepherding many of the prospects through their site due diligence process, our team has definitely been proactive in its approach to support annexation of land to support industrial and commercial development opportunities. One in particular we call H2K. That represents more than 2,000 acres along I-10 and the UP Rail corridor near Houghton Road. Also, we participated in a second annexation of approximately 80 acres at the airport, which also positions us for more industrial development there as well. And I'll turn to our small business program, where you can see the number, 40 new businesses assisted this year in terms of opening, and lots more metrics that I want to share with you. When we talk about small business assistance, the team is working with small business owners on business licensing, access to capital, and other business training and education. And you can see there is more than 2,300 hours of training and technical assistance by our small business team of 4. This represents direct assistance to more than 260 small business owners in Tucson last year, more than 450 total attendees for training programs. We've exceeded many of our equity action metrics associated with our small business assistance goals as outlined in our comprehensive economic development strategy. 97% of the small business owners served were from minority populations. Our stated goal for that metric was 70%, so you can see we're outperforming here, consistently creating content and programs that specifically support the needs of our minority and women-owned business community. More than 90% of business counseling is conducted in Spanish, and more than 62% of our programs are taught in Spanish. A new program now in its second cohort I'd like to just point out, Formaliza Tu Side Job, is especially notable. It's been fascinating to watch the team as they assist those who want to take their side hustle to the next level by becoming a registered contractor. It's an intensive course designed to prepare them for state exams to achieve their licensing. Our formal business retention strategy includes a metric of at least 24 business meetings that we sit down with the Tucson employer or plant manager, general manager of their facilities, and talk to them face-to-face about their business, identify their challenges or their opportunities. And again, when you think about economic development and you know that 80% of the new jobs in a community come from the ones that are already here, they are very important to us in terms of building this ecosystem. And our industry engagements align with our target industry sectors, as you can see there, that are adopted in our comprehensive economic development strategy. So we continue to do very well. I'll point out a couple of wins. For example, Recon Research, the team visited with them during the summertime. They are able now to expand in their current location, so we're seeing those companies grow. Another example would be Geico, for example, last summer added another 100 employees, but this year shared with our team the opportunity to hire an additional 100 people by the end of this year. So again, we get important information from those businesses when we talk with them, and we can troubleshoot issues that they may have with permits and other things that they're challenged by, all in the name of keeping them here in Tucson. So when it comes to workforce development, we have a few programs that we get excited about. We certainly work with other partners in the community in this way, in higher education and our nonprofits locally. But we lead some programs, and I highlight SheTech Explorer Day. I think we're going to be in our 6th year. We have about 300 high school students that come together and interact with our industry leaders from here in Tucson so that they can learn about STEM career opportunities that can be very real for them right here at home. And this year's event will be March 27th, and we're hosting at the University of Arizona in the Student Union Center. Again, our team receives more than $20,000 in private sponsorships to support this effort, so it's very much a collaboration. Local financial incentives also play a part in our ability to attract and retain business. This year, we had Mayor and Council approved 2 GPLET project incentives, one for Stone Lofts, which is a mixed-use development that will deliver 18 residential units to an infill location north of downtown, and another for 2 East Congress to support redevelopment of the lower floors of what was the former Chase Bank downtown branch into an event and supper club. So another exciting project. And then I will share about our annexation efforts, just a chance for you to see the actual map of the exhibit of the H2K site and where those parcels were added to create more opportunity. International business development efforts are also important, a very important part, Mayor, since you had included that along with the small business navigation program when you first became mayor and led us down this path to increase our resources and ability in this area. We've been recognized by both the International Economic Development Council and the Arizona Association for Economic Development for the International Trade Academy that we coordinate to offer Mexican business owners information on how to set up a business in the U.S. and more specifically here in Tucson. The 2024 program was held in Hermosillo and is supported financially by our U.S. consulate there. We team up frequently with our partners at the state and regional level to also host other delegations of businesses from around the world. These businesses are considering foreign direct investment in Arizona, and Tucson is happy to be part of that conversation when it comes to sharing the competitive advantage that we offer these companies. So finally, I'll end with the Workforce Economic Development and Workforce and Special Events Grants Program that you have consistently funded since, I believe, 2012. So we appreciate that. It's a great way for us to leverage our partnerships with workforce programs and also small business and entrepreneurial development programs. Again, these workforce development programs are targeted at at-risk adults and youth in our community and help them on a path to prosperity. Again, I want to thank you for your support, your leadership, your guidance. Our comprehensive economic development strategy, I've mentioned a number of times, is an important roadmap for us, and we do take that seriously. It's not a plan that sits on the shelf. And again, I'm proud to recognize my team, Kevin Burke, Deputy Director, and Francisca Villegas, our Small Business Program Manager, lead this exceptional group of talented individuals that are the hands and feet of the work we do every day. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Barbara. Really appreciate the presentation. I'm happy to see this report and information shared with Mayor and Council and the community. As I've been clear, but it's worth repeating it again, economic development and job creation is very, very, very important for me, and I see economic development in your office being one of the most important departments when it comes to creating high-wage jobs for Tucsonans. The creation of both a small business program as well as the international trade position was something that I really pushed for and made sure that it was with you at economic development. And so I see incredible metrics coming out of the small business program. I love the metrics in terms of how many small businesses created, and it seems to me that the return on the investment of the creating of the small business program is really paying off. I would like to see similar metrics provided to mayor and council and the community from the international trade position that we created. I know that economic development, especially with international trade, takes time, but I really do want to see some metrics. What is the return on investment of the city of Tucson investing in an international trade position? What are the leads that we have? How do we involve the mayor and council that are really interested in making that connection with international companies and taking advantage of the geographic location that we have as a city. So I in particular would want to see some metrics in terms of what companies are lined up, and how many jobs have we up to date created, if any, and how do we, mayor and council in the city of Tucson, continue providing support to make that happen? What are the partnerships that we've created in the last 3-4 years that the international trade position has been created? What are the partnerships that we have? And you know, what is the mission of that position? The other piece of interest that I have is the continuation of annexation in our community. We all know that annexation works for everyone involved. And usually what I have said is either you annex or incorporate, because we are leaving millions of dollars at the Maricopa table if we're not annexing or incorporating in our community. Let's compare ourselves to Maricopa County. Maricopa County is, I hear different numbers, but 90+% incorporated. And so they receive per person allocation from state shared revenue. We leave millions of dollars behind in not doing that. So I actually have to commend and congratulate the work being done in our annexation section of the Economic Initiatives Department. We have annexed hundreds of acres. And every time that I get the paperwork, the annexation paperwork that I have to sign, I take pictures and share with the community because it's that important. And then the high wage job creation is directly a result of the work that Economic Initiatives is doing. And so I want to know how many high-wage jobs have we created, whether it's the last year or the last 4 years. And it's another piece of important information that mayor and council and the community should have. I would like to just, ask and delve into, your presentation has said that we have facilitated $20 billion in capital projects with the potential to create 32,000 jobs. Can you elaborate in what that means?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of council. So the prospect pipeline is what's represented in the $20 billion. meaning the projects that we see come across our desk, we receive quite a few requests for information from the state, our partners at the Arizona Commerce Authority, working also with our regional group and Pima County. And as those projects come forward, there are several numbers associated that the client gives us as inputs, right? They're letting us know how much they're going to invest in terms of the size of the facility and the operations that they plan to locate, and then corresponding with that, the number of jobs and the wages associated with those jobs. So those are the metrics in the pipeline. Our goal is to convert those into actual locates, as I like to call them, for Tucson. So again, we've been working with some projects that are all code named in different ways, but some for 3 or 4 years now. And so again, as we track them, and if the company does make a location decision in another part of the country, then we close that project out. But technically, we leave those projects, as long as they continue to stay active, we continue to work with them. And we work with their site selectors, the real estate development professionals associated with the projects, and we continue to work with our partners on the technical requirements, which is power and water and other things that are required for their success. And so sometimes it takes a very long due diligence process or time frame. In other ways, as you know, especially related to the H2K site, the 2,000 acres and other Arizona state land parcels, there's also a time frame there associated with transitioning that land for sale through the auction process. So again, a fair amount of due diligence on these large projects. And also keep in mind, every day businesses come into Tucson that we don't touch. And so when we highlight the work here, it's the projects and the clients that we are touching, that we have touch points with along the way in various forms. And not all of them are incentive programs that are, that they're not all seeking incentives. In some cases, we are helping them on the front end with site search, again, site requirements, and in some cases, connections to workforce partners and other ways. So that's what that is. And then some years, and you mentioned 4 to 5 years and wanting to understand the performance. There were, and this is February, year 6, this is 6 years for me. So I do remember in the first year or two, we had some large Raytheon expansion examples. For example, 1,900 jobs, I think, back in 2020, between 2019 and 2020. So some years we have large projects that we're a part of that do require, or that you have seen in terms of incentive programs layered by the state and the local or regional levels. So some years it looks really strong. Other years our numbers are going to look somewhat different. So what we do is we just continue to develop those relationships and stay focused.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilman Lee.
Yeah, thank you for the presentations, the graphics, the charts. Those are all very, impactful to see. I think similar to what the mayor said, that or building on what the mayor said about seeing some of those metrics or those connections with some of these other programs is important. I'm curious, as you've laid out, the 2024 highlights and accomplishments. Are we setting for the goals that we have, as I see, as part of our comprehensive economic development strategy? Do we have metrics for meeting some of these? Because I love seeing the training hours, right, that were spent, how many people were served. Are we doing that for some of these other areas so that we are dreaming big and, showing the community how important Office of Economic Initiatives is for our community?
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and members of council. You bring up also a great point. In our SEDS, we have metrics that we track associated with capital investment and job creation. So in this case, we had 2 announcements and we had some jobs created along with that, and the capital investment is notated. What we didn't do, which I think is an important next step, is we could actually set goals. I look at other communities' plans from time to time. They may say, they may establish a number if they can. If the goal is 500 jobs each year, we may meet that, we may exceed that, we may fall short of that, but we could absolutely set some numbers, if that is something that the council desires.
Just a little. Oh, couple things. Just from a macro scale, because I think it's important we share this data. You've done a great job demonstrating the effectiveness of all the things you guys are doing, and I appreciate that. But sometimes it doesn't translate to people. Sometimes people only want to hear the data they want to hear. So I thought I'd put some numbers together for everybody to understand. This year in March of 2024, for the first time ever, we reached over 485,000 people employed in the Tucson metropolitan area. That's the highest ever. We'll finish this year at over 480,000 people per month. That's the highest ever. That is an increase of 26,000 jobs from pre-pandemic. So in 2019, our annual average was 460,000. We lost all those jobs and bottomed out to 409,000 jobs. We got 75 of them back in 5 years. I don't think that's too bad, 75,000. Also this year, we'll be under probably 3.5% for the annual unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate has been under 4% for the last 4 years. A lot of people don't know that. More importantly, what people should know is that our median household income in the region has increased from $56,000 a year to $68,000 a year in that time. Our annual productivity is actually faster than the national average. We are a little behind Maricopa County, but we are ahead of the rest of the state. And so I hear all the time about how our economy isn't growing and how we're not cultivating business. And the bottom line is we are. I mean, that's the job. That's why you see a $40 million surplus in TPT recovery for our general fund. And all that is a function of how well the economy in Tucson is actually doing. Now, yes, we have some opportunities to land some whales or to land some small things, but we're not going to be competitive without the work we're already doing. They're all little pieces to the puzzle. There's no magic silver bullet. As long as everybody's doing all the things that we already do, and we make Tucson desirable, which it is, people come here and people take a risk on Tucson, and 99% of the time it pays off. So I think it's really exciting to see those unemployment and employment numbers over the last 5 years. From 2018 to 2023, we grew at over 30% economically, and we've just had some big success. So it's nice to see where we are. The December numbers will come out in about 2 weeks. So we'll get some finalization on some of that when the governor releases their monthly economic report. But as of right now, as a region, and especially within the city limits, economically, we're where we're supposed to be, and then some.
Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be super brief. Just looking at the small business program, super impressive what we're doing. One demographic I would really like us to expand with this program and focus on is veterans. Numbers say it's about 1 in 10 small businesses in the United States are veteran-owned for a variety of reasons, and I think that to use the Vice Mayor's term, missed opportunity that she says often, I think it is an opportunity for us to start to lean into that community, connect them with different small business administration resources and vet-owned business certifications, and just different ways to support veterans. You could also, not volunteering Matthew Langseth to plug in, but he would be a great resource to connect with. And I would really love for our next presentation to have some demographics on our veterans as well. And then, of course, just keep us in the loop. I know, Barbara, we're meeting at least monthly to talk about H2K and other things that are coming in, but we have legitimate questions that deserve to be answered about these opportunities, and we want to help seal the deal for the businesses that make sense for Tucson. So keep us posted and let us know how we can help.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Hey, Madam Mayor. Hey, I want to thank Barbara Coffee for her work. 6 years she's been here doing kicking butt. Thank you, Barbara. But Madam Mayor, she's done a good job with women, non-traditional work roles. Good job with everything. The guy, we did a thing January 15th, Madam Mayor. Open up the south side. Have a visitor come down, Jody. This in, all you do is bitch and moan about the streets. Running it. Probably what we're doing. What are we doing, Barbara, to fix that, correct that?
Is that right? I say, thank you, Honorable Mayor. Councilman Fimbres, yes, and thank you for the support. And we always love it when we have business groundbreakings and openings in Ward 5. So I'll say that I always enjoy celebrating with you there. And then if you're talking about career pathways, I believe that was your question?
Yeah.
And related to workforce, we love to work with our partners. Again, I mentioned SheTech is definitely one of those STEM career pathways explorations that we provide for young people, but there are many organizations in our community that are working in that same space. SARCEF and other SciTech Institute programs, and certainly Pima Community College, and we partner every chance we get. That was another reason we did the manufacturing days, the tours of our facilities. We bring young people inside those plants and facilities to see how cool they are. The robotic equipment and the automated and technical equipment that is in those facilities is fascinating and eye-opening for youngsters to see the careers that they might have. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? On my end, Director Coffey, I would like to see a much more defined plan and metrics for the international trade position and program that we have here in the city of Tucson. We have an incredibly important comprehensive economic development strategy, but we don't, as I see it, have a defined strategy to attract international companies to Tucson. Our geography is a godsend. We're 40 miles away from the border. We're connected to Mexico, our #1 trading partner, through interstate and through rail. We have connections to the East Coast with I-10, both to the east and to the west. And so what I would like to see, what are the companies that we're talking to in Mexico? What are the potential jobs that we can create here in Tucson, and what is the strategy, right? What are our strengths, and what is the strategy to land these companies here? There had been conversations before the current Trump administration about the possibility of nearshoring to Mexico. I think that those plans have been turned on their heads with what the new administration, the federal government, want to do. So how is it that the city of Tucson will respond to really a new direction with our federal government? I think it is about manufacturing here, and how we can play a role in attracting those companies that might look into opening hubs in the United States. How do we play that role, and how do we aggressively pursue that? But first, most importantly, I think I need to see a strategy, a strategic plan in terms of what we go out and sell in terms of Tucson. With that, thank you so much. Really appreciate the work. And by the way, I want to say congratulations to you and your small business team on the opening of our small business center in collaboration with the City of Tucson Industrial Development Authority. This has been a dream that I think we all had the last 4 years, a place that we could call home and that we could collaborate with other organizations that help businesses, small businesses thrive in our community. So congratulations to all. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to item 6. Do we need a little break? No. Okay, let's move on then. So we move on to item 6. Item 6, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation. I want to reassure Tucsonans on this particular item. I know that we're going to talk about state and federal legislation. And I just want to make sure that I reassure Tucsonans that we are being vigilant in examining any items that are coming down from the Trump White House and the impact that they might be having on Tucsonans and our ability as a city to provide services to our community. The continued flow of new directives, memos, mandates, executive orders that are put out, rescinded from the federal government are found to be illegal, blocked by the courts, I think are created to, are intended to create fear, instability, and are really creating loads of work for our city staff. I know that city manager and the executive leadership team were scrambling to see how executive orders freezing grants and federal programs created a lot of panic and concern, not just on my end and my colleagues' end, but also for our executive leadership team. So there continues to be bills moving through the state as well, designed to restrict the rights and freedoms of Tucsonans and Arizonans and underfund our public schools. Lots of movement, both on the federal end and the state end. So with that, I just wanted to open it up with that. And I know that Mr. City Manager, I don't know who's going to report on state and federal item.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, our Director of State and Federal Government Affairs is a little under the weather, I think, today. So when you play defense 24 hours a day for, a couple of weeks here, you get caught up with you. So he'll be feeling better soon and back in the fight. With that, I think you covered it really well. The federal level changes on an hourly basis. We have a whole floor of lawyers on tap, tying into their counterparts across the country to exert our rights. What does a contract mean? What are the roles of different branches of government? Who appropriates money and who doesn't? Things like that, minor things like that. On top of that, we do have our business services team keeping close eye on when grant portals are open to draw funds, when they're not. Despite executive orders and court decrees, in practice, things go up and down on a daily basis. So we're prepared to make sure we're getting what we've competed for, and we've got work in progress. We've also shared information with our staff about what this all means so that we can keep people well informed as best we can. At the state level, as this time of year, we know some of the bills that are actually moving, and there's hundreds, if not thousands, of bills, and we don't take a lot of time at the table here to discuss each one. But when they start to move or have the chance of moving, we do like to validate with you all our position if we are recommending to take one or not. We do have the approved legislative agenda, but it's always good practice for us to be very explicit on certain bills. So you were just handed out a handout, and it's being emailed to the members online. And I'll give a brief overview of the bills that we are recommending the city take a position on. So SB 1050, which has to do with G-plets and the notice and abatement period. Essentially, this reduces the maximum allowable period for tax abatement on government property improvements in central business districts from 8 years to 4 years. This is something that would fundamentally impact our ability to engage in effective development through G-plets. So it is our recommendation to oppose, and we'll take these as a body if that's okay, as a group. Our recommended mayor and council would be to enter opposed. HB 2234, which relates to Interstate 11, which we've talked about many times at this table. And this has to do with taking a next step with some environmental engineering studies. We have yet to see a routing of Interstate 11 that is in compliance with this mayor and council's goals and objectives for the community. So our recommendation at this point would be to register opposed. HB 2371/Senate Bill SB 1229 has to do with planning, home design restrictions and prohibitions. Anytime we are seeing the preemption language in a bill, we do assess it, we do consider is there a net benefit to it. In this case, we don't see one, so we'd be recommending a position of oppose. SB 1164, immigration laws and local enforcement. This is certainly overstepping our current relationship on immigration issues, which is we don't have one. But we do have our general orders and things. We're very much in compliance with state law and SB 1070 and all the things that came from that, and every law that currently exists. So legal matters, our current standing is in compliance, and this is something that would threaten that, or potentially, so we would recommend oppose. HCR 2016, which relates to reinstatement of WIFA monies. I will disclose I do have a conflict of interest on this one. So at this point, I'm just, because I am a sitting member on the WIFA board. So I'm going to just allow Mr. Rankin to discuss this particular one.
And HCR 2016, so as an HCR means it's proposing something that would go to the ballot later. And this, as the manager was explaining, is expressly relating to the Water Infrastructure Financing Authority, or WIFA, and it supports long-term solutions for water conservation, reuse, augmentation in Arizona. The recommendation from staff is to support HCR 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. And one final bill, HB 2197, which relates to certificates of necessity, which relate to ambulance and transport services. You know, as we have our Tucson Fire Department, this might not directly affect Tucson Fire and its operations, but there's a number of fire districts around our community that could potentially be affected by it. And based on advice from our fire chief and a number of other cities, we would recommend a position of oppose. That's the bills we're hoping
What
you
is a
consider.
certificate of necessity? What does that mean?
It's essentially you apply to be a service provider for emergency management, so that you don't necessarily have multiple different emergency service provider. The intent would be when you call 911 and wherever you're located, you have somebody that's going to come to you right away, as opposed to having 15 people that might come to you and you don't know that you're going to get that proper service. So that's what a CON accomplishes generally.
Alrighty. And I imagine we'd like to make sure that we have a motion to take the position as recommended.
That's correct, Mayor.
All right, may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Lee, as well as Councilmember Dahl.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It was brought to our attention two other bills, and I'm not sure where they're at, but I wanted to make sure we were keeping track of them as well. And that is SB 1268, and that is requiring hospitals to report immigration status. And then SB 1281, that is hard to interpret, but has the potential to use state funds on vigilante groups at the border.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. We will do further due diligence on those two bills and either register an action or bring it back to you depending on the circumstances of those two bills.
Are bills moving fast right now, or where are we in terms of registering the city of Tucson's opposition or support on bills?
Honorable Mayor, the bills we brought for you are the ones that we are aware of
Okay.
and that are moving fast. These two bills may be in the category of not moving as fast, but we'll just make sure we cross-check that.
Councilman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. And we may have talked about this a couple weeks ago, I'm not sure, but I would just want to bring awareness to another effort in the state legislature to, under the spirit of making election results come out faster, changing the deadline for early voting from 7 p.m. on election night to 7 p.m. the Friday before election day to make it more difficult for people to participate in the voting process. SB 1011 and HB 2673 are two that are referenced in this article. I just want to make sure we have a chance to chime in on that because I think as a body, we don't want to support anything that would make it more difficult for people to vote. And these types of things are happening in our state house and across the country. So would love to know if we've already taken a position or we have the ability to oppose that.
Typically, when there are bills that are moving fast, based on the input and advice of the council, usually either the city manager or our state and federal director or the city attorney call either me and or the city manager or all of us so that we can take a position for the city of Tucson. Sometimes we can't wait to come back to the full council to take a position. So based on comments and how we've taken positions before, we usually register our opposition or our support if it needs to be done quickly. So just to let you all know that we do take that bit of liberty to act on the issues that we feel very confident you either support or oppose. So we're going to do that this session as well.
And it's informed by your previous approval of the legislative agenda and the general principles that were captured as part of that direction.
Good. I know, crazy stuff happening. Any others, any questions? Council Member Dahl and then Council Member Cunningham. And then I know that City Attorney Rankin wants to also chime in.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quickie rant. Interstate 11, there's been a lawsuit on the Tier 1 that was found to be insufficient despite taking 5 years and spending millions of dollars. And my understanding, there is no federal funding for any of this Tier 2 action, and it doesn't make sense to do Tier 2 until Tier 1 has been resolved. So I'm really happy to be voting for this package because of that particular nasty piece of legislation. Thanks, Mayor.
I was going to talk about the I-11 thing too, because it's so ludicrous, but more importantly, it's come to my attention that several different states are filing separate injunctions with OMB. Do we need to give you latitude now to file amicuses on any of these things or not? I think we already did for some, but maybe not for others, and I want to make sure all our bases are covered on that. That's my main thing today.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Cunningham. Excellent timing. That's what I was going to chime in. First, I wanted to give you an update about the direction you gave at the last meeting, where you gave me authority to jump into litigation relating to birthright citizenship and the executive order that pretends to rewrite the Constitution and eliminate birthright citizenship in the 14th Amendment. Based on that, I was able to, within 48 hours, sign on behalf of the City of Tucson on amicus briefs that were filed in 4 separate courts on that issue. As you know, as I'm sure you've heard, courts quickly enjoined that executive order. One of the trial judges indicated that it was the most unconstitutional order he's seen in 40 years on the bench. But the litigation will continue on that, and we'll continue to participate under the authority you've already given. With respect to the federal funding and the pause in the OMB memo that Councilmember Cunningham just referenced, yes, immediately after the OMB memo came out, we were all working with our peer groups across the nation to sharpen the arguments, if you will, as to how to oppose that. The OMB memo ultimately was suspended. The pause was paused by the administration, but then immediately after that, the White House, through its press secretary, continued to make announcements that even though the OMB memo was rescinded, the policy was still going to be implemented. The timing of that tweet or post, whatever it's called now, was not lost on the courts that were still hearing the cases that had already been filed. And so the courts moved forward and issued orders formally enjoining the federal administration from suspending the federal funding that was within the scope of the OMB memo. However, as the city manager has pointed out, we're experiencing different things day to day in the context of accessing the funds or submitting requests through the portals for the grants. And so litigation going forward continues to be a real possibility, including, I think it's foreseeable that there will be additional orders, whether it's executive orders, administrative orders like the OMB order, that are more targeted to specific jurisdictions or to specific grants or to specific sources of congressional funding. And these things move very quickly, and when those orders happen and the funds stop flowing, the negative impacts on the community are immediately felt. So I would ask for Mayor and Council authority to either join in or, if needed, to initiate litigation or legal action in the event that previously approved federal funding for the city of Tucson is put under a cessation or suspension order.
Do you need a motion?
I would appreciate that,
Okay,
yes.
so can I get a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's a motion on the floor.
Let's call the
Okay, there's
question
a
on the
motion
first
on the,
one.
motion on the floor, Mike. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Good catch.
Any against? Motion carries. Now we need a motion to give
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
authority to our city attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Multiple attorney generals around the country have already filed briefs in regard to the freeze on OMB funding. Whether or not we should have to discuss on whether we should join this lawsuit with other cities needs to happen today, and we need to allow the city attorney to do his work. It will likely be a team effort between cities and states around the country. There are multiple nonprofits in the city and county whose programs are funded through pass-through monies or federal grants. Some of these grants stretch as far out as 2029. You cannot tell an agency, hey, congratulations, you're funded for 4 years, and then call them back the next day and say, oh, never mind. These entities need someone who can count on them, or someone they can count on to assist them in ensuring they receive their funding to fulfill their missions. Therefore, I make the motion that we allow the city attorney latitude to assist in any litigation forward with regard to freezing of federal funds.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? I just want to remind the community that in all of the pausing of the direction given by OMB and the Trump administration to freeze grants and funds, the work that our team, executive leadership team, was doing was taking a look how it would potentially hit the city of Tucson and the residents of our community. And I can say that it could be a $300 million hit to our budget. $100 million of that would be for affordable housing and shelter services for the most vulnerable in our community. $33 million would be a hit to our police department, $13 million to our fire department, $80 million plus to water security projects for the city of Tucson involving PFAS remediation. It would dismantle our housing community development department and dismantle our budget. So I believe, and this is just a personal statement, I believe that the Trump administration will continue coming after these funds. They've paused it just to find a legal way to get it done. So absolutely, we have to be vigilant about the decisions that are coming down to us from the Trump administration. Alrighty, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Anything else you need, Rankin?
No, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to correct one thing I said about HCR 2016, which is the WIFA legislation. HCRs sometimes are used to refer matters to the ballot. In this instance, it's just making a statement of legislative intent to support WIFA and the pursuit of long-term water resource solutions.
Thank you for the clarification. If no additional comments on this item, we move to item 7. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, we move on to item 8. Item 8, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Seeing none, study session is adjourned. We will have a PHA and regular session, and let me see, that will begin at 5:30 p.m. today. Thank you so much for all the work. Thank you, everyone. I will see you at 5:30.
Thank you.
Reactivable will stand in session. Let's go to roll call, please.
Mr. Cunningham? Sorry, that's me. Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mr. Dahl? Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
Here.
McSulik?
Welcome back, Suzanne, here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz? Here. Mayor Romero?
Here. Before we go, are we going to do the regular or PHA first? Okay. All righty, let's do roll call for PHA.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Here.
Commissioner Dahl?
Here.
Commissioner Lee? Here. Commissioner Fimbres?
Here.
Commissioner Ulick?
Here.
Commissioner Martin?
Here.
Chair Romero?
Here. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Item 2.
Tucson House Rehabilitation Update and Approval to submit the application for Section 18 disposition to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Resolution Number PHA 2025-35.
City Managers, PHA Communication Number 4 dated February 4th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-35 by number and title only.
Resolution Number PHA 2025-35 relating to affordable housing and community development, authorizing the disposition of certain public housing units located at 1501 North Oracle, Tucson, Arizona 85705, and declaring an emergency.
Before I go to the board's pleasure, do we have a presentation to do, Ms. Shaneka? Alrighty, so let's do the presentation first, and then we'll go to any motions.
Thank you, Chair Romero and Board of Commissioners. We're excited to bring this item to you today, which is a comprehensive update on the Tucson House Rehabilitation Project. As you all know, HCD has been working on this project and in Thrive in the O5 for a long time. Planning for the Tucson House Rehabilitation began in earnest in 2018 when the City of Tucson received a Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant from Housing and Urban Development and began doing extensive community engagement with residents. In 2023, the City of Tucson received a Choice Neighborhoods Implementation Grant, which provides enough gap funding to make this complex project a reality. I want to introduce Sally Schwen. Sally is the Arizona Market President for Gorman & Company, who is our co-developer for this project and other Thrive housing projects. We will clarify, in our presentation today, we're going to clarify the role that Gorman plays, the role that HCD and our Public Housing Authority plays, as today we did see some inaccurate reporting that is misleading regarding that role. And to be fair, this project's complicated, so I understand why there's confusion, and we're going to really hope to clarify that today. I have asked HCD Deputy Director Johanna Hernandez to give this presentation. Johanna is the HCD lead, managing all aspects of this project for HCD, and I'm grateful for Johanna's leadership and her ability to orchestrate an insane number of moving pieces with this project.
Thank you. Short here. Okay. I'm going to try and figure out the clicker. I think I've got it. Excellent. As Director Cheneka mentioned, we're going to do a very comprehensive update on the project today, at the end of which we'll ask you all to consider a motion to approve the application for the Section 18 disposition for this project. Before we get into the details of the Tucson House, I think it's important to really give everyone a reminder of the projects that are included in the Choice Neighborhood Implementation Plan. The first of which is the Tucson House. That's phase 1. And this project targets 55 plus residents. We expect construction to start in the summer of 2025. It will be 358 affordable housing units. We'll be targeting those at 60% area median income or below. And then all 358 of those units will have vouchers supporting them, which means that we can support residents with as little as no income in those units. Okay. Phase 2, and coming quickly on the heels of Tucson House, is Sugar Hill on Stone. This development is geared more towards families. We expect construction to start in the spring of 2025 and will bring an additional 66 affordable housing units online. That development is targeting 30 to 80% area median income, and it has 37 replacement units with vouchers on them that will support those with little to no income as well. Those replacement units are a product of Tucson House going from 408 units, what it is currently, to 358. It's important to remember we're not actually reducing units anywhere. They will be replaced, and in fact, at the end of choice, we will have increased the number of units in the portfolio. We'll cover that as well. After Sugar Hill on Stone, we have Amazon. It's actually happening in 2 phases. The first phase is under construction right now, and that's the rehab of the Amazon Motel. That is going to result in 30 units of affordable housing, and we expect that to be complete in the fall of 2025. We're targeting unsheltered there at 30% AMI or below. The second phase is planned for the spring of 2026 and is going to bring an additional 58 units online, also targeting unsheltered at 30% area median income or below. And this one has 43 replacement units in it with vouchers supporting those with little to no income. And the last one is Stone and Speedway. This is a big project, so it's going to take 2 phases to get through. Phase 1 is planned for the spring of 2027, and phase 2 for the spring of 2028. Combined, those will bring an additional 166 units online. And we're targeting 30 to 80% AMI there. We expect mixed income and mixed use at that development. And it will have 8 replacement units with vouchers supporting those with little to no income. Okay. Maybe? There we go. Okay. In terms of project scope, this project is massive. As you can see on the slide here, it includes the total replacement of every infrastructure system in the building and all of the site and security building upgrades as well. It is basically rebuilding this building from the inside out. In addition to what you see on the screen, we are doing a much needed structural upgrades that will allow for the reopening of the 17th floor and improve the overall structural soundness of the historic building. That includes over 20,000 square feet of structural upgrades to the first floor to support the heavier amenity use that we're putting in, almost 2,000 square feet of carbon fiber reinforcement on every resident level, and almost 6,000 square feet of structural repairs to the 17th floor to restore use and access to what is really one of Tucson's premier vistas of the city and the surrounding mountains. The infrastructural and structural work represents the largest expense of this budget at nearly 27% of the total. And of course, we're also renovating every single unit: new cabinets, countertops, sinks, kitchens, sliders, appliances, flooring, kitchens, and bathrooms. We are going from 408 to 358 units. That reduction consists of eliminating studios in favor of some studios, not all, in favor of high demand 1-bedrooms. We're moving all units out of the basement and off of the first floor. This will improve resident security and privacy, separating those common spaces with private living spaces. We are replacing all of the units that we're reducing here in other developments. By the time we complete Tucson House, we will have completed or be in construction of developments that will result in a net increase of over 300 units. Okay. Increase of amenity and community space in this development is huge. We're going from just over 5,000 square feet of shared space to 13,929 square feet of dedicated amenity and community space. And we're separating out also 9,500 square feet of dedicated service space just for the resident services. Okay. We're also able to increase the ADA units in this building from 19 to 66. Which is going to be really huge for this community and a big need that we have. As you can see, this scope is huge and it's going to take a village. Okay. So what you'll see here on this slide is the pre-development and development team. It's going to take all of us to get this done in just the way we need it done. The city has been, as Director Chineka mentioned, the city's been working on this for over 7 years. And this team that you see here has been working on this project for over 3 years together already. Okay. It reflects all of our partners in pre-development and development. That said, it's important to note that post-development, it is a complex structure. The city is going to maintain ownership of the land. The city will be the majority managing member of the ownership structure, and Gorman will be the minority partner in that structure. And the PHA will provide the project-based vouchers that will be supporting every unit. Okay. Gorman will be our CNI implementation partner and financial guarantor. That means they're taking full responsibility for the financial obligations related to CNI projects, this one included. That includes lease up, funding reserves, and construction, in addition to other things. They have over 41 years of developing and redeveloping affordable housing across the U.S., have financed over 2,000 units of affordable workforce and mixed income housing, and have extensive experience in tower rehabilitation. They also manage over 7,000 units, 1,700 of which are here in Arizona. So they'll be taking over property management of this once we close as well. Poster Murdo McDonald is on we're very happy to have them on the team as well, both as a local historic preservation expert and having previously rehabbed the Tucson house. They did a much smaller scale rehab in 1997 and have over 40 years of local historic preservation, design, and community engagement experience. One of the key components of the Tucson house redevelopment is relocation. We have folks living in there now. Many of them will want to stay there during construction, many will want to come back after, and some will want to find new homes. We have an entire team dedicated to the relocation of those folks to make sure that they both are and stay stably housed. We have Zach here tonight from Revival representing, thank you. They have 20 years of relocation experience founded in empathy and really meeting individual needs, as we understand that housing is not a one-size-fits-all solution. We have Praxis with direct mixed finance and disposition experience, over 21 years financing affordable housing for 13,600 units and $3.16 billion in financing. So we've got a really good financing team on our side. And the Leo choice to provide CNI experience. This is a CNI project. They've provided 15 years of CNI experience and assistance. They actually directly supported the city in the Thrive in the 05 transformation plan and the implementation grant. So they know exactly what we're trying to do here. As I mentioned, resident engagement is going to be one of the most important pieces of this project. Relocation, having folks living through a construction zone, this is going to be tough for them, and we recognize that. We don't take that lightly. It is scary for folks. These are their homes, and a lot of them have lived there for a very, very long time. So working with them individually, understanding their needs and meeting those needs is our top priority. We have a monthly 151001 Express and Tucson House Talks. We meet with them monthly to give them project updates. We've started quarterly floor walks where the project team goes floor to floor and invites them out into their lobby to ask us questions and give them updates. We've completed multiple surveys that include both their needs in the rehab and preferences and also their service needs in the building. We do lunch and learns that allow for more detailed topic exploration. We have a resident ambassador program to help residents engage in the information and really include that grassroots effort for education. And of course, we're completing one-on-one interviews with every household about their needs in order to try and meet those needs as we go forward. We will continue this throughout the life of the project and even beyond. Throughout the life of CNI, we will track every single resident to ensure that they are and stay stably housed. Okay. In terms of design, We're excited to be able to show you guys a bit about the design today. It was heavily influenced by historic preservation, resident input, service providers, property management, and city staff. As you all may be aware, Tucson House was originally built as luxury housing in 1963, and it's undergone very little renovation since then. Because we have historic tax credits on this project, the history of the building has been taken heavily into account in the design. There's very little we can do to the outside of the building. And in all of the community spaces, when I show you what that will look like, you'll see a lot of the history flow through those community spaces. In terms of key achievements, we do have the approval of our historic tax credit, which is worth $25 million to this project. So we're very happy to say we have that early on. Section 106 concurrence is a key component of environmental and historic clearance, so we're very excited to say we have that completed. HUD has already reviewed and approved the plans. This ensures that the development meets the goal of the Choice Program to provide modern, accessible, affordable housing. We've already submitted these plans to the city for permit. In terms of resident amenities, they've been designed to allow residents to age in place and really support the needs of a 55-plus community. We've done this through extensive resident engagement through surveys and meetings that informed the design. We heard a lot of feedback from them that they want property management and services in the building, and so we put that into place as well with this design. You can see things here like a fitness room, relaxing outdoor space, property management and city services all on site. We also have extensive community spaces that have been designed to build community, encourage gathering, mingling, and create support within the residents themselves. And you can see all those spaces here. The residents and we are equally excited to release that 17th floor back to the residents for use. The main lobby is of historic significance. And will be the most reflective of the historic character of the Tucson house. You can see in the image here, wood baton and marble walls, wood panel columns, solid surface entryway walls, terrazzo flooring, a walk-off mat, and reproduction of the historic light fixtures in continuous linear light. You'll see colors from the historic period throughout the design, and we also were able to reproduce the original wallpaper that you'll see in many of the community spaces. These are some more images from inside the building, the elevator lobby rendering, and one of the community spaces, the Lizard Lounge. Using lobby colors, we'll be using lobby colors as a way of wayfinding in the building so that folks will know where they're at based off of the color of the space that they're in. It will help orient them post-construction, and those colors will be weaved seamlessly into the community spaces as well. We've tried to create thoughtful, flexible spaces to allow for easy reconfiguration that are responsive to both the residents' needs and wants in the building. So you'll see that in all of these, like the carriage room and the library, we've brought in furnishings and arranged them in such a way that fit the 55-plus community and support their needs as they live and experience the Tucson house. Although the building infrastructure and history, the historic preservation don't allow for us to put in-unit washers and dryers, a new state-of-the-art laundry facility will be providing brand new equipment and folding tables and both an inside and outside lobby and patio for resident comfort while using the facilities. This is the 17th floor rendering. This was apparently once a restaurant, although we've had a hard time finding images of that. If anyone has an image there, we'd love to have it. And it has always been a beloved piece of the Tucson house. The 17th floor has been out of use due to structural issues that are being addressed in the rehab. We're excited to reopen this and also the outdoor patio. This will include a kitchenette, a quiet room, a TV lounge area behind a sound barrier wall, and flexible seating. It will also include a reservable clubhouse and patio for resident use. We will have 60 studios. This is a reduction in the Tucson house, but we will still have 60 studios. The studios, as well as the other units, will all have 2 to 4 times more counter space, just depending on the unit type. This is in direct response to resident feedback when we asked them what they needed in their units. They will all include additional storage space, grab bars, medicine cabinets, vanity mirrors, towel bar rings, and toilet paper holders. We will have 276 one-bedroom units. In addition to more full ADA units, we've made every single unit as accessible as possible given the configuration, and this will further support residents aging in place. We will have 22 two-bedroom units. These two-bedroom units will support residents with live-in aides, with adult disabled children, or with grandchildren living with them. We know a family can look like anything these days. Or those with reasonable accommodations for medical equipment or other needs qualifying them for a two-bedroom. We will be doing some upcoming community engagement. While due to historic preservation, we can do very little to the outside of the building, we can change the railing colors, which have really historically been a variation of color. We got some input from the Tucson House residents about what they would like to see. We're gonna take that to the wider community. We're gonna meet with them pre-construction. The main goal of that will be to help them understand what they can expect during construction, traffic, noise, and the such, but we will also be asking them about what their preferences will be on those colors based on what the Tucson House residents gave us. Relocation, as I mentioned, is going to be the biggest component of the Tucson House project as it affects the residents. The residents have the choice to stay in Tucson House during construction, which we've facilitated by stopping lease up early on in 2024. That way we have vacant units we can move residents into and then back up to rehabbed units. They have the choice to relocate during construction, and we will move them back after. They also have the choice to relocate permanently through either the voucher program or into more public housing. We are prioritizing resident preference in reoccupying rehabbed units, and we will be tracking all residents through the completion of choice around 2029 to ensure that they remain stably housed. This is an example of the relocation flow chart we've provided residents. It's important to know that the project will cover all relocation costs, including packing, moving, storing, and temporary location fees, both into and out of any relocation places. Residents will get advanced notice of move times. Closely tied to the relocation schedule is the construction schedule. This is the timeline we've provided residents. The blue dots represent the time they need to move out, the orange lines represent construction, and the green dots represent when they get to move back in. We will be doing construction on 17, 16, and 1 first due to the structural needs. We'll have gap floors to mitigate noise for the residents staying in the building and to mitigate pest concerns. Construction hours will be adjusted based off of noise and the time of day for the residents, and we'll be putting in an external lift to reduce the burden on residential elevators. We'll be releasing amenity spaces to the residents as soon as they're done, so we won't be holding all of those back for sort of a final reveal. We'll be releasing both units and resident spaces as they are complete. We're at financing now. We have the LIHTC equity solicitation on the market, and we also got a significant amendment to the PHA plan to allow for this disposition request that we've put in today. We went through the scope today to help understand, right, this is a very big project, and so you can see that reflected in both the costs and the funding. $188 million, it reflects the city's single largest rehabilitation project. The mix of federal, state, regional, local, and private funding reflect the importance and meaning of this project, both to our community and affordable housing at large. 53% of that funding is coming from the historic and low-income housing tax credits, and that's what we have the solicitations out for now. This is a little bit more about what Section 8 disposition means, right? So currently, Tucson House is in the public housing program. We need the Section 18 disposition in order to pull it out of the public housing program and put it into the Housing Choice Voucher program. This is important for several reasons. It allows private investment, which, as I had just said, is providing 53% of the funding on this project. It also guarantees rents. It creates cash flow to maintain and provide stable funding for the development. It also provides more resident flexibility so that they can choose where they want to go since it's voucher-based. In terms of the timeline, we are in pre-construction right now. We need the Section 18 disposition. We have ongoing engagement, and we are working on the financing with the solicitation. And then we are already relocation planning and in early move-outs. Again, we anticipate closing in June of 2025. Construction takes 30 months. Okay. That is all I have for you today, but happy to take questions.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-35.
Second. There's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on this? I have two questions. Can you talk a little bit more about what AMI is and the different AMI that will be accepted at the Tucson House?
Absolutely. So area median income is what AMI stands for. Tucson House is targeting 60% AMI, which is about $37,500 a year. And it's important to mention that since it is voucher supported, we can take folks living there with as little as no income. What happens is the resident will pay 30% of their income and the voucher will support the rest.
You said we're going to accept 30% area median income up to 80%?
On Tucson House, we're targeting 60%.
From 30 to 60?
From as little as nothing because of the voucher support, but yes, 60% is what we're aiming for. Some of the other developments, the AMI changes a little bit, but for Tucson House, 60% is the target.
So since it's a senior 55 plus senior living space, if the senior makes $700 a month, the 30% charge for the living arrangement is what they're going to be charged monthly.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, they'll do 30% and the voucher will support the rest of the rent.
Okay. And what is the term of affordability for the Tucson House?
Good question. I think 30 years? 30 years, yes.
So 30 years of affordability. Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions, comments? Good. Alrighty, so we have a motion and a second. We do need to go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick? Commissioner Martin?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-35 passes by a vote of 8-0. Congratulations. This is wonderful. Thank you all so much. Thanks to the team for your hard work. Alrighty, item 3.
Public Housing Authority Board of Commissioners Report Update.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 1, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There is a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Alrighty, without hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 4.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval resolution number PHA 2025-34.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 3, dated December 10th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-34 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-34 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of write-off of $152,484.97 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Yes, Mayor. I move that we pass and adopt resolution PHA 2025-34.
Second?
There
Second.
is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham? Aye. Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Martin?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve resolution PHA 2025-34 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 5,
Approval of minutes.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 2, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the December 10th, 2024 meeting?
So moved.
There's a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6,
Adjournment.
the meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you, Commissioner Martin. Really appreciate you. All righty. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. You too. Yes, yes, you could go through that. No. No, I just completely skipped the commission. That's okay. Alrighty, council will stand in session. Since we did roll call already, we don't need to go to roll call again. For the record, we're all here. Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Ulick are participating in electronically through Microsoft Teams. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for the mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance, to ensure orderly behavior, and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupt persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that interrupts the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Lynn Bartlow from St. Mark's United Methodist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
In our world, we are surrounded by fears. fear of rising grocery prices, fear of stock market dips, fear of deportation, fear of the other, fear of government collapse. I serve a God who has a lot to say about fear. Some say that do not fear is in our Bible 365 times, although others say that that number is slightly exaggerated. Either way, it's there a lot. My Christian faith witnesses to Jesus, who told his followers over and over, do not fear. Joshua 1:9 says, have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened and do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Be strong and courageous. Friends, I invite you to be strong and courageous. This is a difficult time, and you who are elected to positions of power can use that power to calm those fears or stoke more fear. George Washington Carver said, though fear of something is at the root of hate for others, and hate within will eventually destroy the hater. May your work be rooted not in fear and hate, but in courage and strength. Let us pray. God of us all, you invite us out of our fears and into an abundant life lived in harmony with our neighbors. You invite us to recognize, as Desmond Tutu said, that we are human together, that our humanity is bound up in one another. You invite us, like Rosa Parks, to make up our minds to act as we should, for it is when we make up our minds that fear is diminished. You invite us to pull one another up, rather than using our strength to push others down, as Booker T. Washington said. God of us all, I pray a blessing over the work done tonight. May those elected and appointed officials do the work that they were elected to do, keeping the good of all the community in mind. Give them wisdom in their decisions and courage in their speech. Help them to be the change that we have been waiting for and to remove the fears of those they govern. Give them courage and strength to do what is right for our community and those most vulnerable among us. God of us all, help us not to be dismayed, but to trust in your failing love. Amen. Of the United States of America,
Living to flag.
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is for all.
All righty, this is one of my favorite moments in our regular meeting. I have several proclamations. One, I'd like to proclaim February 2025 to be Black History Month. We have an incredible list of distinguished guests here to receive the proclamation. And we're also proclaiming I Am Somebody, and this is in recognition of youth empowerment. And so for our first proclamation, I'd like to have our distinguished guests join us at the front of in the microphone area. Bob and Beverly Elliott, founders and directors of the African American Museum of Southern Arizona. Donna Liggins, Rose Talton, and Doris Snowden, who represent the NAACP Tucson chapter, MLK Tucson, and Black Women Tucson Task Force, Progressive Women Civil Club. Pastor Grady Scott, Frida Marshall, Executive Director of the Dunbar Pavilion, Mr. Willie Blake and Kevin Woodard, Sierra Connerly Sims, and sorority sisters from Sigma Gamma Rho sorority, as well as Ron Burton from the Tucson Jazz Society, Desiree Cook and Lovely Ganthier from IMU 360, Ashley De La Russa representing Root Events and Blacks Friday, Barbara Mosley from the Tucson Education Enrichment for Minorities Youth Programs, Lehman Benson, Vice President of the Black Advancement and Engagement at the University of Arizona, representatives from the University of Arizona African American Student Affairs, residents from the Sugar Hill Neighborhood Association, Mr. Larry Starks, Antonio White, and members of the Tucson Juneteenth Festival, Mr. James Christopher, TUSD board member Sadie Shaw, representatives from the University of Arizona African American Student Affairs, Dr. Cherie Meeks and Lance Meeks, and anyone else who would like to join us in the front. And if my colleagues want to join up here, I would love to have my colleagues as well. Here, it is an honor and a pleasure to have you all here who have contributed so much to this community and to Black culture in Tucson, Arizona. We are delighted to have you here. We are so proud of the work that you've done for equity, diversity, and inclusion in our community. And yes, they are not scary words. There are beautiful words. They are beautiful words that actually make our community that much more beautiful and stronger. So thank you all for being here and such an important date. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and as Mayor of the City of Tucson, I have the pleasure to proclaim Black History Month in this community. So whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to highlight Black history, which is American history, and reaffirm our commitment to Black joy, Black futures, and ensure a thriving Black community here in Tucson, Arizona, now and for generations to come. And whereas Black history is found in Tucson's neighborhood, public spaces, institutions, and businesses, and whereas the Dunbar Pavilion and the new African American Museum of Southern Arizona provide resources to connect us with Blacks, with Tucson's Black history, as well as community centers for Black life and culture. Whereas every day is a good day to study history and to work to improve the lives of our Black neighbors and invest in programs and services that uplift our community. And whereas our city is committed to equity and seeks to invest in Black futures by creating workforce development opportunities, support for entrepreneurs and startups, and partnership with our educational institutions and the private sector. And whereas we honor and continue the work of Black Americans like Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who have created a more fair and inclusive democracy, helping our nation move closer to the realization of its full promise for everyone. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim February 2025 to be Black History Month in this community and encourage all of our residents, public officials, and educators to observe this month with relevant programs, ceremonies, and activities. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 4th day of February 2025. Congratulations, thank you all so much.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by extending our heartfelt gratitude to you, Mayor Regina Romero, the City Council, distinguished guests, and fellow organizations dedicated to preserving, celebrating, and honoring Black history and African American history. My name is Beverly Elliott, by the way. I'm the Executive Director of the African American Museum located at the University of Arizona. Mayor Romero, we are deeply thankful for your unwavering support and your leadership. Your proclamation today not only acknowledges the significance of Black and African American history, but also it affirms the importance of continuing to highlight and to honor the contributions, the struggles, and the achievements of African Americans in this community, past and present. Thank you for your dedication to creating a more inclusive, equitable community for all of us. Your actions and your advocacy are a beacon of hope and inspiration, encouraging us all to work together in building a future where everyone's history is recognized and celebrated. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the organizations and individuals who stand alongside me today in this vital mission. Together, we ensure the stories and the legacies of African Americans and Blacks in this community are preserved and they're shared, allowing future generations to learn, to grow, and to strive. Once again, we thank you to the city for uplifting us and sharing in our history. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm the president of Tucson Educational Empowerment for Minorities, which I started 21 years ago. Yes, I am that old. But anyway, it just gives me great pleasure to be here representing the organization and the community. We work with youth as well as adults that we engage, and they come alongside of us and we pull them. And I thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to honor Black History Month. And I hope you can attend on February 28th, where we celebrate Black History Month at the Pima College West Campus. So we thank you all for your support. Continue to encourage us. It's not easy to work with youth, period. But they're our heart and they're our future, and we need to invest in them today. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. I will be brief. Okay. I just want to say this. Since we're celebrating Black History Month and everything, I need to go back to the times when I was a little kid. That was a long time ago. But when I was a little kid, we didn't have role models. We didn't have Superman. We didn't have Batman. We didn't have any heroes that wore masks, that saved the day, that went through the neighborhoods and took care of the people that needed help. Today, we don't have that. And that's why programs like this are real important in the Tucson community. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. So now we are going to proclaim I Am Somebody Day. Is it a day or a month? It is a month. Excellent. All righty. So IMU 360 is a youth empowerment organization that offers home ownership opportunities for unhoused young adults and empowers our most vulnerable by building their self-worth, self-esteem, and self-love. Thank you all for our distinguished guests that are here. And let me read them out. Desiree Cook, founder and CEO of IMU 360. Nikia Johnson, president of IMU 360. Lovely Ganther, community engagement manager. And board members Lisa Haggins, Margot Susko, and dedicated volunteer Marjorie Miller. Also, do we have teen residents with us today? All righty. Hopefully they're joining us. Isaiah Guzman is here with us. All righty. So I'll give you this so that if you want to hold it up, there you go. Thank you all for the incredible work that IMU 360 does for our youth. It has been a pleasure for Mayor and Council to partner with you by funding this project or part of this project, because I know that you have many more online to be able to partner with American Rescue Plan dollars and really make the dreams of Isaiah and others a reality. And stability in housing is so incredible. So thank you all for everything that you do. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas IMU 360, I Am Somebody movement promotes self-love, self-worth, positive self-talk to ensure our underserved youth are treated with dignity, break generation cycles, and create generational change. And whereas by putting the spotlight on our underserved youth, unique needs inside and out, will therefore help fill in the gaps to improve their quality of life and thrive in our backyard. And whereas IMU 360 hygiene programs promote there is no one size fits all, we cater to each person's uniqueness and refill every 6 weeks to increase school attendance, academic success, self-confidence, and decrease bullying. And whereas IMU 360 Small Home Experience is Tucson's first green, energy-efficient, tiny home community for aged out of foster care and unhoused 18 to 22-year-olds. And whereas the City of Tucson provided over $1 million to the Small Home Experience Project, investing in our underserved population that needs us the most. On December 3rd, 2024, IMU 360 and community celebrated this historical ribbon-cutting ceremony. And I'm so sorry I wasn't able to go. And whereas through a unique partnership with the Tucson Police Department, we collaborated and focused on creating a safe and trusting relationship. And whereas IMU 360 is committed to celebrating the whole person, to break stigmas and remove the Band-Aid that hovers over our underserved youth. And whereas IMU 360 would like to acknowledge we are all somebody. Say it with us. I am somebody. And now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 to be I Am Somebody Month. And encourage all residents of Tucson to join me with recognizing the important contributions of IMU 360 service to our most vulnerable youth. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 4th day of February 2025. Congratulations. And thank you for all the work you do. Do you want to say something? Do you want to say something?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to humbly thank you and the team, city and council for believing in us and your personal investment in advocating for our underserved youth that really do need us the most. And I just want to humbly also thank God and the community in which has supported us. And my ancestors. I am African American every day, so it's not just a month. I celebrate our history every day, so I'm so honored and humbled. And to be the first African American woman with a record of felony to build Tucson's first safe, affordable housing. So it can be done. I just want to speak life to others that have walked in my old shoes, trying to find some new shoes, that it can be done. You can transform and do your civic duty and give back to your community. And I want to thank my team, my husband, because this cannot be possible. There is no I in team. And then I want to just really let the community know IMU 360 is about empowering the whole person. None of us are a quarter or a half of a person. And so our underserved youth, such as the Zays of the world, the Isaiahs of the world, his nickname is Zay, really truly need us to do an investment. As they're investing in themselves, we must come along with them and invest. Hygiene is just one big piece because we all need it. How do you start your day without it? It's a human basic need. And our underserved youth deserve to have their products met according to their age, gender, and ethnicity, but then also to learn how to speak life to themselves. How are we ever going to break generational cycles if you're not given the tools needed to break those cycles? So IMU 360 advocates for self-love, self-worth, and positive thinking. So we're definitely doing the heavy lifting and unearthing that concrete path that has been laid out by society. And we're replacing it with some seeds of hope so that we all get to watch our underserved youth grow and become fruitful. And then lastly, the small home experience. I am so honored. People said it'll never get done. And with resilience, due to my ancestors, and thankful for God for putting that in me and having a team that believes in the mission and cutting that ribbon. So our goal is not just to safely house 9 at this particular location, but to safely house 19 underserved youth and to continue to build with energy efficient, green, affordable housing, and then sow our underserved youth back back into the fabric of our community so that we can lower the crime rate as well as the recidivism rate and the victimization rate. And I want to say that this particular population, 18 to 22, a dark cloud hovers over them. Sex trafficking is real. Human trafficking is real and victimization is real. So we are taking the Zays of the world and bringing them back into the fabric of the community and creating whole healed people and homeowners. Thank you.
What happened? Hey, look at this. What happened?
All righty. Richard, you have your hand up. Did you want to say something?
I would say everybody to everybody that's there, happy celebration. It's a great thing. We talk about Black History Month. Thank you.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 35 dated February 4th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 29 dated February 4th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have any current events to report at this time?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fimbres.
February 2025 marks the 99th anniversary of the current creation of Black History Month. From the struggles of Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, to the Buffalo Soldiers, the victories and civil rights that were led by individuals such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks. Black History Month has served as a time to remember those who have fought hard to improve the condition of our great nation. We also persevere in the rights of all those who live in America. Let's celebrate the efforts of those who gave great Americans so we can honor those during the month of February. Also, Madam Mayor, on Saturday, January 25th, the bilingual newspaper hosted their Family Health and Wellness Fair. It was held at the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center. They had a wonderful turnout. They received important health and wellness information, including access to free one-site COVID and flu vaccines, medical screening, blood pressure checks, and mammograms were also available at no charge to the public. We thank Lama Gallardo, Lupe Robles, and Mary Kuchar for being there, and for Arizona Bilingual to put on this event. I want to invite our community members to attend the upcoming Prop 414 Safe and Vibrant City Town Hall. This first of 3 town halls is coming Thursday, February 6th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the El Pueblo Senior Center. 101 West Irvington. I'd encourage everyone to attend to get a better understanding of what was put into. They have questions answered. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other council colleagues? Alrighty, we will start with Councilmember Dahl and then go that way.
Thank you, Mayor. One announcement. Ward 3 is hosting a community corridor tool, this new proposed zoning code that will affect major corridors and collector streets across Tucson. A town hall about it at the Ward 3 office for Ward 3 residents on February 13th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. in our community room. We ask that people RSVP. Thanks.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Just wanted to thank everybody who volunteered for the pit count. My team engaged 93 different people, a lot of different stories. I just urge the community to understand that when you're speaking to folks during the who are unsheltered and who are in the situation they're in, it's important to know their story. And so as we encountered those 93 people through the day, we met folks. The youngest person we met was 19. The oldest person we met was 57. We met folks who wanted to come in, and we met folks who didn't. But one thing that I realized in the whole process, it was pretty cathartic, was that no one wants to be in that situation. Some are accepting of the situation, but no one wants it. And so it was a pretty interesting event. Next year for pit count, I really hope people participate. You got to get up a little early, but it's worth it. So that's the point in time count where we tried our best to make a count of every single unsheltered person in Tucson. That's what it is.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to just piggyback off of what Councilmember Cunningham just said. I also had the opportunity last Wednesday, January 29th, myself with my Chief of Staff, Gabriela, joined volunteers for the 2025 Everyone Counts, and this is a count that happens across the country. And here locally, Pima County organizes that, and it's to help document the experiences of our community members facing homelessness. We worked alongside 300 trained volunteers. We spent 5 hours on Wednesday. I had the opportunity to be out by the main library, where I have similar age groups. I think mine went all the way up to 70, from like 19 to 70. A lot of men that we talked to, and similar to what council member said, folks do not want to be in that situation, and are trying to figure out, navigate how, how to get by day. A lot of the folks, because I was at main library, a lot of folks were taking the bus to get to the library, to connect with some of the resources that they have there, to charge their phones, to have just a place to rest and lay their things. So it was very eye-opening, and to be reminded of like the humanity of the folks that are experiencing homelessness, and so much of the need that is still there, to address housing and the wraparound services that our neighbors deserve. Next, so moving into events coming up on Saturday, February 8th, from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Join us at the Team Up to Clean Up at Tucson Park West neighborhood. Help us keep our community beautiful, and join us at Tucson Park West at the neighborhood pool at 145 South Avenida del Porvenir. And then on Sunday, February 9th, from 9 a.m. to 11, we have our West Side Bicis y Burros ride that our office does along with Fuga. It's our second Sunday of the month ride. We meet at the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda Street. This Sunday ride's gonna be led by the Monzo Youth Bike Club, so it's always fun to ride and see young leaders taking up a space on our roads. Finally, Thursday, February 13th, from 8 to 10 a.m., our next Join Up to Clean Up with Old Pueblo Community Services and the Trashy Divas team. We're going to be working on cleaning and beautifying the areas along the frontage road from 22nd Street to Congress. We're going to meet at the parking lot, 592 South Freeway, next to the TEP mural on Simpson Street. For parking, there's a lot by the side of the TP mural off of Simpson. Thank you.
Alrighty, and I do have a couple of announcements. February 10th is the deadline to register to vote in the City of Tucson special elections. Tucsonans can register by visiting the website of the Pima County Recorder, www.recorder.pima.gov. On the ballot is our Safe and Vibrant City Initiative, Prop 414. Proposition 414 is a temporary half-cent sales tax to fund the Safe and Vibrant City investments. If approved, this measure would generate an estimated $800 million over the next 10 years to support affordable housing and shelter, neighborhood and community resilience, youth employment, preschool investments, workforce development, and others. The City of Tucson is hosting 3 informational town halls for residents to learn more about Prop 414. This week's town hall will take place at the El Pueblo Senior Center at 101 West Irvington Road from 5:30 to 7 p.m. You can find more information on the City of Tucson's Instagram page. I also want to invite everyone to a virtual 311 Neighborhood Resources Fair next week. Our 311 system is helping us divert calls that would otherwise go to 911 so we can put the right work in the right hands. Next week, residents can learn how the 311 system works, what issues you can report using 311, and how to make the most out of this valuable community resource. The event will take place virtually on Wednesday, February 12th at 5:30 p.m. For more information, please visit my Facebook or Instagram page at Tucson Romero. All right, item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 30, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. For this evening, my main message is a message of welcome to the more than 65,000 folks that will be here over the next 2 weeks for the world's largest gem and mineral and fossil showcase. Also note that the city's Office of Economic Initiatives announced a new promotion for this year's gem show. Participating businesses and shows in the Thrive in the 05 area, along with show operators located north of downtown, are offering a chance to win prizes, including a weekend for 2 at the JW Marriott Star Pass. Thrive in the 05 is an ongoing collaboration centered on community-based crime reduction, choice neighborhoods, and workforce and economic development in the 85705 zip code, and you heard a bit about that when we talked about the Tucson House Project earlier this evening. Search Passports to Adventure Getaway at connecttucson.com to enter and enjoy the gem show. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications, Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 38, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 applications for new licenses and 3 special event applications. Item 5B1 for Shell has written arguments opposing the request and will be considered separately. All other applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B2 and 5C1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Your Honor, we have to discuss item 5B1, the Shell gas station in Ward 1.
All righty, let's do that. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to invite some folks who put in a request to address Mayor and Council on this item. City Attorney Mike Rankin, I don't know if it's helpful to have the attorney go first and then some of the opposition or vice versa for this item.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, I would suggest letting the folks who've put in cars speak either in favor of or in opposition to the application speak first. And that way the applicant's representative can come up last and have an opportunity to address the concerns that have been raised.
Okay, thank you. So with that in mind, the first person here I have is Karen Green.
Could you move? Thank you.
This one. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Green, and I'm a 22-year resident of the Dunbar Spring neighborhood, and I represent myself. I care deeply about the well-being of Dunbar Spring and have held 3 different positions on the board and attended countless meetings over the years. Please do not approve the liquor license for the 405 Shell Station at Speedway in Maine. While we as a neighborhood dreamed of an affordable housing project on that corner, we instead have a gas station. And this gas station wants to sell alcohol. State law says that the license must, quote, be in the best interest of the community, which will be substantially served by the issuance, unquote. Well, as far as I can tell, Speedway in Maine is not a beer desert. You can go to Speedway in Stone to Wildcat Liquors, or to Drachman in Stone to the Chevron station, to Speedway in 6th to the Circle K, or west of I-10 to the Arco. There's lots of places to get alcohol nearby. This Shell station is directly across the street from the Salvation Army's Hospitality House. Do I need to point out the irony of this? This Shell station is quite close to Estevan Park. You can go to the Circle K at 6th Avenue and just follow the trail of trash and debris over to Anza Park. Do we need to repeat that blocks away? There are daycare centers north, south, and east of this location, plus an elementary school due south. There are churches and a mosque nearby. There are lots of things that Tucson needs. A liquor license at Speedway and Maine is not one of them. Please vote no. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Natasha Winnick.
Hi, my name's Natasha Winnick. I'm a resident of the Dunbar Spring neighborhood. I lived there for 24 years, and I've owned my business in the neighborhood for 21 years. My business is 1 block south of where the Shell station is going in. We have repeatedly have homeless camps at and near Estevan Park, which is just south of this location, and we do not need a place to purchase alcohol added into the mix. There's a lot of vandalism, garbage, fires, and human feces that we already deal with right in that area. Adding a closer location to buy alcohol will make it even harder to occupy the neighborhood. Petty crime is already an issue in the neighborhood because of all the transient traffic between Estevan Park, Anza Park, the Salvation Army, and the churches that offer food on certain days. There's a large homeless contingent in the area, including the Salvation Army directly across the street from where the proposed location of this liquor permit will go. Carrie Dodd Kitchen runs the community food bank 2 blocks south of there. There is a K-5 school 2 blocks south of there at Main and 2nd, the IDEA school. And as Karen says, liquor is available everywhere. There's 2 Circle K locations, both within a mile, 2 liquor stores, one on Stone and the other on St. Mary's, in addition to Tap and Bottle and Time Market within half a mile of that location. And just to point out, as social service organizations, there's the Salvation Army, Carrie Dodd Community Kitchen, Holy Family is right there. There's 6 religious institutions within the neighborhood. There's many parks within that area: Estevan, Anza, Queiroz, Francisco Elise Esquire Park, University Boulevard, Bike Boulevard, Castro Avenue, Bicycle Boulevard, 15th Avenue, Bicycle Boulevard, the Chuck Huckleberry Loop. There's the history for the past 5 years of liquor violations or reported criminal activity at the proposed premise, provided that the applicant received a detailed report of the violations and criminal activity at least 20 days before the hearing. 30 times in 1 month are there police reports and police action on that block. There's proximity to proposed childcare facilities. There's 8 childcare facilities, all within a very short distance of this proposed new liquor license. So I'm asking you to deny the liquor license. This is not something that the Dunbar Spring neighborhood needs, and there's plenty of other places that you can get alcohol.
Thank you, Natasha. Next, we have Mr. Thomas Aguilera representing the applicant.
I didn't think I'd get boos, but anyhow, this is an applicant who has a lot of experience running
liquor license establishments over many years here in Tucson without violations. This particular applicant is in California undergoing medical treatment. Otherwise, he would be here, but he was unable to get on a plane to come back today. So I just wanted to let you know that. I, like many of you, participated in the pit count on the 29th. And my client was also going to join but couldn't because of the health issues. But it seems to me that a vacant lot does attract the crime that the young lady spoke of earlier. The science is in on whether a developed area and building, brand new building from the ground up, with security cameras outside, inside, that are all registered with TPD. We share all of our surveillance video upon request with TPD. You have to register for that. We do that. We have the trespass letter where TPD can come onto our properties at any time, day or night. We close at 10 p.m. So that means that TPD, if they see an issue going on that 405 address, can simply go on that property. One of the things that you do notice with convenience markets, and the science is in on this, is if they're open 24 hours, that does create some issues because you can sell alcohol legally in Arizona till 2 a.m. Here, that's not going to be the case. We've reached out to Barrio Anita and Blue Moon. We've been very successful in hearing their concerns. The reason I didn't address Ms. Green and the others is because their addresses and phone numbers are redacted. And when I talked with Gabriela in your office, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and she indicated that your office wasn't really in a position to help facilitate those conversations. We are open to that conversation. This process won't be over tonight. Honorable Mayor and council members, you know that. You've all seen me up here before. What I have learned from being up here and working with council members, not only Ms. Ulick, you remember those days, she taught me a lot about what I should be doing differently. So did Steve, so did Paul Cunningham, and Mayor Romero. You have also encouraged me to look at these matters holistically. So I don't take on a lot of new clients these days. Back in the day, you saw me up here almost every week. It's because if a client isn't willing to take a hard look at what kind of neighbor they're going to be, I can't come alongside of them. Here you have our word. I suspect tonight we'll receive a recommendation of denial. I had to speak because I have to put on the record that you have 60 days from the date of the filing of the application to hold this type of meeting. That 60 days passed on February 1st, so I do have to just put that on the record that I'll object to the timeliness of this meeting, but that's procedural. I only do it because at a board hearing, I don't want to be looked at, I've waived that. It's just a lawyer thing. I know people hate lawyers for that. But the other one is also the protests are not timely from the 20-day standpoint as well. So I just want to put that on the record. I don't want to dwell on that. That's procedure. This community is interested in substance. Is this neighbor going to sell to one clientele only, and that is the unhoused? No. We can, under Title IV, refuse service for a number of reasons. Alcohol is kept locked behind counters. We card everybody. We have state-of-the-art ID checkers. We work closely with the liquor department. We're highly regulated. We intend to, Barrio Anita has asked us to attend their neighborhood meetings. Blue Moon has done the same. We'd love to do that with Dunbar. We just haven't been able to make that connection. I didn't want to go on the internet and try to find the phone numbers of these protesters. I think that would be a little intrusive. So the option is there to let us know, and we can certainly have that conversation. We have reached out to Caridad. We've reached out to neighbors in the area. We're opening a dialogue with Salvation Army. That is something we have to consider. We would be foolish to think investing millions of dollars in this project and to waste that with flagrantly just making the area worse. We want to light this area up with a brand new building. Right now, the Gem Show, we think it would be, if we were open, we think we would be a positive for Tucson for its busy times.
Mr. Aguilera, come to a conclusion, please.
Yes. So you can boo. Go ahead.
No, I need everyone to not, please.
The reason I did that,
time.
and I know I went long, Mayor, and thank you for indulging me, is because I had to make some sort of record for the board hearing. If I got a recommendation of denial, that's why I did it. You know, my request would be that you give us a no rec, but I suspect after talking, with your office, that's not likely. So,
Thank you, Mr. Aguilera. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Aguilera. I just also, for the record, want to say that the neighborhood associations and their leadership are public information, and you're always welcome to be able, to access that information.
May I respond real quick? It wasn't the neighborhood.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Aguilera. You got your time.
And I'm saying that just the way that you talked about reaching out to Barrio Anita and to Blue Moon, that this lot is indeed in Dunbar, so that would have been an important neighborhood to address. I have similar sentiments to the folks who wrote letters of opposition and who showed up here today. I feel like in Ward 1, especially along the freeway, we have an oversaturation of convenience stores with all the issues that come with all of them. That we have to then be responsive to neighbors who also then put more work on police and fire to show up and be responsive to. And so with that in mind, I move that the mayor and council forward this application with the recommendation for disapproval. This motion is based on the testimony we've heard tonight, the information provided by reviewing city departments, as well as written statements of opposition that were submitted. The testimony and the submitted statements show that there is considerable opposition from persons who reside within 1 mile of the proposed premises. The number of licenses within 1 mile of the proposed premises is extremely high already, 171 existing licenses within 1 mile, and this includes 20 existing Series 9 licenses. The nature of the proposed business, its potential market, and its likely customers show that it is not compatible with other activity within 1 mile of the proposed premises, and granting this license at this location is likely to have a negative impact on nearby businesses and the residential neighborhood, as well as the other nearby resources that include Esteban and Anza Parks, the Salvation Army Shelter, Caridad Kitchen, Miles Elementary School, and various religious institutions. Based on all of the above and the other evidence in the record, this application does not substantially serve the best interests of the community, and the application should be disapproved and denied. And instead of Miles, I meant to say Davis. Thank you.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to deny. Any further comments on this? Alrighty. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to deny signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you all for showing up. Alrighty, we move on to item 6. Call to the audience. City Manager's Communication number 38, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. If called upon but you do not wish to speak, please let the mayor know and she will move on to the next speaker on the list. The rules do not allow you to give your time to someone else or to assign your time or designate someone else to speak on your behalf. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. When you start speaking, you will see the green light on the lower dais light up. You have 3 minutes to speak. At 30 seconds left, the yellow light will flash and you will hear one beep. When your time is up at 3 minutes, the red light will flash and you will hear a beeping sound. And please conclude your remarks at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. We do have plenty of requests to speak at call to the audience. Please be mindful and stay to your 3 minutes. And please state your name if you are a resident of the city of Tucson and if you are a retained speaker. Our first speaker is April Putney.
Thank you. My name is April Putney, and I'm speaking on behalf of the No Prop 414 Tucson Coalition. Good evening. And so you know why I'm here. I am a vocal member of a grassroots coalition formed around Prop 414. Our central goal is structural change that will bring about better conditions for the most vulnerable and marginalized within our communities. The city repeatedly offers a false argument regarding Prop 414, that it's going to be this or nothing, that this is the only chance to increase resources for critical housing programs and services in the next 10-year term. But this is not true. The take what we are offering or starve argument is only as true as you, Mayor and Council, insist upon. Clearly, you have the authority to call special elections for ballot proposals in addition to the election coming in November. Will this governing body refuse to work on continued solutions to our most pressing social issues if the vote doesn't go your way? I hope that our elected leaders could embrace a more adaptive problem-solving approach than to simply try one experiment on the recommendation of a fledgling city manager's office before giving up their duties to constituents. For our part, as a grassroots coalition, we will not abandon the struggle for better conditions for the socially vulnerable experiencing poverty and housing precarity. Regardless of the Prop 414 outcome in March, there will not be enough resources to meet the needs of our current housing and public health crisis. Prop 414 housing and shelter allocations are like bailing out the Titanic with a teacup. They are not enough to offset the added burden this tax will impose on the poor who are already having to choose between groceries and rent due to skyrocketing costs. Prop 414 does not truly address the needs of this moment. The housing crisis is a public health crisis. Unsheltered homelessness takes decades off your life. Sweeps, and yes, they are performed within the city of Tucson, are associated with higher mortality, increased intensity of mental or behavioral health issues. We urge Mayor and Council to start taking this public health crisis seriously, especially coming into discussions on the fiscal year 2026 budget and on past the election. It has been suggested that this tax will make room to reallocate funds to support housing services in the general fund, but there has been no evidence to support this sea change, especially considering other similar taxes in the recent past have not had that effect, like Prop 101. I sincerely hope that Mayor and Council will allocate more funds to starved departments like HCD who proactively address our pressing issues. Thank you. I will repeat, Coalition is looking forward to working with city government towards effective upstream solutions to housing and social problems after this ballot issue is settled. As we move forward with budgeting, please allocate resources where they can do the most good while doing the least harm, and you will have our future support. Lastly, end apartheid, free Palestine.
Deanne Lukowski. Deanne or Gianna or Gian Lukowski.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Gene Lucasco. I'm not retained by anyone. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I have kind of a cost-saving proposal for council tonight. So there's $16.7 million being allocated for a surveillance plane under this prop. And that's just like, I could save you a lot of money if you want to pay me to like watch streetcar racing around Tucson. I'd probably save you $15 million. I'll take $1 million. That's my offer. Are you guys interested? Because apparently that's not that much money to you guys. Is anyone interested? No? Don't have $1 million lying around? Got to take it from us to pay for a spy plane. And on doing this on, we're having a Black History Month celebration. Shame on you guys. And Lane, I admire a lot of what you do, but I don't understand why you're backing this. I really don't. I'm really sad, and I was really ashamed to see you back that piece from Blake. I wrote you an email that I think is pretty nice, I admire you, I really do, but this is the wrong move. We're facing threats to democracy right now, and that's coming from surveillance. So you guys want to take those threats to democracy seriously? You know, this is where that starts, is with CSARC and all the money we're funding towards this. The ACLU is warning cities and activists about police militarization, and that's happening here in Tucson, and you guys are doing nothing about this. That's really a shame when there's all these unhoused people. There's 2 unhoused people in my house who aged out of services, were abandoned by the state, and it's because of propositions like this that fail to take care of them. So if anyone has $1 million, please reach out. Thank you.
Clifton Mays. Clifton Mays.
I am opposed to Proposition 414. The already sufficiently funded police department does not need more funding and a new surveillance plane that is not needed, especially when the police department can use the county sheriff's surveillance plane, which they do regularly. I would support a sales tax increase if 100% of the funding went to public housing. This is the most pressing need the city must focus on.
Lee Shesky.
Hi, my name is Lee Zishi. I'm here representing myself tonight. I am a Ward 1 resident, and I'm one of over 200 people who have signed a pledge to vote no on Prop 414 because we are concerned that it will actually do more harm than good. I've spent most of my adult life as a climate justice organizer and have been part of a lot of direct actions and civil disobediences at banks and fossil fuel companies. And in order to take on power like that, you have to go beyond permitted marches. And I have been in several situations where police have made protest incredibly dangerous. If you really look at any movement in US history, including the civil rights movement and what Martin Luther King was leading, the police were not on the right side of that at all. And so I am incredibly concerned that such a large percentage of this sales tax, millions and millions of dollars, will go to increased surveillance and policing through CSARC and for a $16.7 million police plane, especially under a Trump administration where we have, vindicative fascists controlling our government. I heard Chief Kazmar's response to Councilmember Santa Cruz's question today during the study session and did absolutely nothing to alleviate my worries that this surveillance will not be used just against protesters, but any of the Trump administration's targets like immigrants, people seeking abortion, gender-affirming care, union workers. I've never seen the police union on the right side of a striking line, and unhoused folks who are often a scapegoat for the right wing. And that's the second thing I would just like to say tonight is how disappointed I am in members of council and the media, the way they have addressed people who oppose this proposition. It's been incredibly condescending and flattening our argument to not liking police. My partner bought a house about a block from Santa Rita Park last year. I've been volunteering with Community on Wheels and have learned so much from the mutual aid groups like CAL, Community Care Tucson, and ALMA, who are literally putting in an incredible amount of unpaid labor, filling in the gaps that the city, state, and federal government aren't meeting. So I just really hope that you will not just chalk this up to people not liking police. This is us working with communities that have been harmed and will be harmed by policing and surveillance. And so we hope to work with you on the city budget to make sure that we're actually funding the real solutions. We know the data proves it's not policing and surveillance, it's housing, it's social services, it's mental and healthcare. And yeah, I just want to finish by saying the city should absolutely bargain in good faith and support all of your union city workers. Solidarity forever.
Ali Erdman. Ali Erdman.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ali Erdman. I have been a resident of Tucson for several years now, and this Prop 414 measure being proposed has prompted me to speak up for the first time here. Not only is this measure grossly inadequate to meet the demands of Tucson's multiple economic and housing crises, it blatantly disregards the priorities that Tucsonans themselves have been asking and demanding. When surveyed, thousands of respondents made their voices heard and said that housing, health, and social services should be the top priority. And it's no wonder, right? Tucsonans are struggling deeply right now, as the city is aware. Across our communities, evictions went up by 127% since 2021, while the rate of homelessness has increased over 52% since 2019. Personally, I've recently had to re-move in with my parents due to housing and affordability. In no uncertain terms, we are in a crisis. So to come to working families who are already struggling with a burdensome and regressive sales tax that would largely fund police surveillance and services that don't address our most immediate needs is, simply put, offensive. Pouring money into an already bloated police budget does not keep our communities safer, especially when our most urgent issue is whether or not we can sustain a roof over our head or afford to feed ourselves and our families. The bar for passing a regressive sales tax that will disproportionately impact the most vulnerable in our community should be extremely high. This measure allocates a measly 17% to housing and does not pass the bar by a long shot. I know the city of Tucson can do so much better, and until we do, I will be voting no, and I will be encouraging everyone else to join me. Thank you.
Kurt Van Ollen, I believe.
Hello, Kurt Von Olen, Tucson resident. I'm actually a neighbor of Kevin Dahl. Looking at this nation's history, notions of safety for one group has meant subjugating another group. The safety of colonists required the subjugation of indigenous folks. The safety of privileged whites came from the subjugation of millions of black folks. And with the rise of urban policing across the 19th century, the safety of the wealthy came from the subjugation of the working class. Proposition 414 is marketed as a measure of safety within modern context of a second Trump presidency, threatening American democracy, the rapid expansion of AI technology, and growing authoritarianism worldwide. The proposed network of public and private cameras raises serious concerns. While the proposal for a network of public and private cameras doesn't explicitly mention the use of machine learning or AI technology, it is important to recognize that this infrastructure lays the groundwork for future AI surveillance. Even if the current plan doesn't include AI, the vast expansion of video data collected through these cameras will inevitably lead to machine learning applications down the line. In fact, many cities are already using similar camera networks to train algorithms for facial recognition, license plate tracking, and other behavior analyses. These technologies have shown a troubling track record of disproportionately impacting racialized communities. Our city's budget is a statement of values where the city puts its money, reflects its priorities. And right now, the police department has something like $217 million, far exceeding the Department of Housing and Community Development at $9 million. I'd like to reference the budget engagement survey. As a data analyst, I did some data crunching on this. These percentages represent a first or second priority. 43% named affordable housing, 37% wanted investment in poverty reduction, only 23 prioritized increasing first responders, and 25 elected not to select that at all. Regarding community safety, the overwhelming priority was mental health services at 74%, selecting that as a first or second priority, while only 35 prioritized police and 14% actively declined to prioritize policing. Meanwhile, Prop 414 has $60 million for new cop cars and a mere $5 million for a new rehab center. When addressing homelessness, nearly half prioritized job programs or emergency shelter services. Clearly, and as well as 45% wanted harm reduction services, clearly a demand for non-punitive solutions. Public safety investments saw the lowest interest in police equipment and support, while 52% preferred a detox center. The survey makes it clear our residents want funding directed towards housing, mental health, and poverty reduction, not an expanded police force for surveillance systems. I urge everyone here to vote against Prop 414.
Francisca Montaño.
Hello. I'm here in solidarity to support and represent my colleagues and coworkers because I, like them, feel there is an inequality in pay and a lack of respect felt more than ever due to the lack of transparency. I am Francisca Montaño. I work for HCD Section 8. The lack of transparency is unequal pay for the older, seasoned, and more experienced housing specialist is an insult to our intelligence and our dedication and commitment to HCD and our community. Unequal pay and lack of transparency has also created an environment of distrust with our administration, our directors, and supervisors. Housing specialists have been promised a pay increase for over 5 years. We have been working in a hostile environment, but have held out for the promise of better things to come, including a conversion rate of pay to reflect the market wages. We know other PHAs are paid significantly higher wages with lower case loads. We also know that we are the lowest paid department in the city. Unequal pay for many of us means that we have to have a side gig to make ends meet, which often creates a feeling of resentment because many of our low-income clients make as much or more than us. Our pay has not kept up with inflation or local rents either. We hear that there is inflation. We have not been compensated for inflation or the increase of cost of living. Many of us are a paycheck away from becoming another 30% of those unhoused. Thank you. Thank you. According to the 2024 federal low-income guidelines, we housing specialists all qualify for housing benefits, but cannot apply, of course. Our pay has not kept up with increase because of our insurance increase, inflation, and especially the increase of rent and the cost of living. Many of us will be unhoused if this continues and we do not get an increase in pay. For most of us, the reported starting wage of $27.49 is a difference of $6 an hour than we are currently making, which is an additional $483 per pay period or $12,563 a year. That's the side gig that many of us have to take in order to be able to afford our rents and the cost of living. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montaño. Janice Padilla. Janice Padilla.
Hello, my name is Janice Padilla, and I work for the City of Tucson Housing Community Development, Section 8. Most of us here representing our department have either resided in Tucson for most of or all of our lives. We know our city is at a critical point with our homelessness. We also know our department is an extremely vital necessity to our community to help combat this severe problem. While we continue to put in the work daily, we are very aware that we are also not being compensated for the workload that it takes to effectively do this job. We are understaffed and underpaid, which continues to create a high turnover rate. If we continue this path, a large portion of these associates will leave. Most have already started looking for other opportunities. We would now be forced to find the funding to spend on recruitment, spend on onboarding, spend on offering higher competitive wages, or spend money on training, and still must give grace for the learning curve, which can take upwards to a year before being fully trained and able to take on a full caseload. You will then have to hope they are not overwhelmed and decide to stay and not look elsewhere for new employment, which would start the new hire process all over again with those costs attached. Why not invest in committed people you have now? Retention of your seasoned associates benefits not only the associates, but the city of Tucson. We know our value, so stop demoralizing, devaluing, or undermining us, and start giving us our dignity back by doing the right thing. We show up for you and our community daily. Now it's time you show up for us.
Teresa Martin. Teresa Martin.
You'll have to bear with me because I didn't have anything written. My name is Teresa Martin. I was born and raised in
Ms. Martin,
Tucson.
if you can please speak into the mic.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. I don't have anything written, and I'm not the greatest public speaker, so bear with me. My name is Teresa Martin. I am a born and raised citizen of Tucson, Arizona. I love this place. As we've heard from everywhere here today, we have an issue. My colleagues and I, we work hard every single day. My personal story, and I'm just going to share this real quick, is I retired from a company after 35 years to come join this awesome group of people. The pay is not what I was promised. It's not anywhere near what I was promised. Personal story, I had benefits from the company I retired from. To cover my family of 4, I paid $10 a week out of my paycheck. I pay over $200 right now. So every raise that I've gotten has gone to the increase of my benefits, and that goes for everybody else here. We work hard. We know what we do is important. We are proud of what we do. We want to continue to do the work, but I can tell you most of them are looking elsewhere because can't afford to take care of our families anymore. So we just want it to be fair. We want it to be across the board. We want the new hires that are coming in at $4, $5, $6 more an hour than the seasoned people are. We want that gap closed. And we're just asking that you guys really consider what we do and the money that it will take if just half of those people were to go find something different, what it's going to take for you guys to bring somebody in new, the cost of the hiring, the cost of the training, the cost of all of that, when you could just put it into the people who know and want to continue to do the work and want to continue to serve this community. Thank you.
Becky McPherson. Becky McPherson.
My name is Becky McPherson, and I too am with the City of Tucson, Section 8 Housing. And like the rest of my colleagues, what they've said, it is demoralizing, and it feels like that we're being devalued when new people come in, again, making $6, $7 more an hour than us seasoned ones who come in, we come into work every day. We work hard, sometimes we work through our breaks, we stay late, we come early, and we put up with now a very low morale in our office, and we're not blaming the new hires that come in. It's not their fault, but we would like that gap bridged with pay. We heard earlier today about this new project that's coming out with 678 prospective new units that will be vouchered. That's 678 new clients that we will then be working with, and at no extra pay. That's more work on our caseload and with no more people doing that. So we would just like you to understand our position where we are and just close that financial gap. Thank you.
Cindy Federico. Cindy Federico.
Hello, my name is Cindy Federico, and I am with Section 8 as well. I'm a housing inspector. I pretty much am mirroring everything that they're saying, that my colleagues are saying today. Another problem that we have is we are trainers. We are, like they said, staying late. We're not being confiscated for it. It's been ongoing. I'm also a stewardess for the union, and it's not getting any better in our department. This has been going on. I've been there for 10 years, and I can honestly say it feels like it's getting worse at times. We just want you to treat us equally, treat us the same as the new people who are coming in, the people that we are training to do the job. They're supposedly coming in because they have these qualifications and this experience, but once they come in the door, we're basically starting from scratch with them. So we just want you, again, I'm just reiterating what they're saying, help us stay with the city of Tucson. None of us want to leave. We want to stay. We're vested in the city. We want to stay there. But again, we have to think of ourselves and our family first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. Before we go to the next speaker, I want to ask the city manager what's happening. I see a lot of women that are serving our community, that are asking for pay equity. And I just want to know what conversations have happened with you in your office, and what is your plan to fix this?
Thank you, Mayor. I can speak to where we are in the process, and this is also something I discussed with the women in my office who are here with me today. Having said that, I think it's fair to say that we do understand that we do have some pay placement issues within the city, not just within housing and in other areas. This is an outcome of several years of we've restructured our pay, we've moved to a market-based pay system, and we have adjusted the offers we make to external people, and we have not yet taken the step to adjust the internal incumbents. This is something that we've begun to discuss as we've been putting together this year's budget. It's also something we've discussed with each of the four unions that we are working with. They affect each union differently. Certainly CWA is one of the more impacted. The memberships of CWA is one of the more impacted by this pay parity issue. So I can definitely acknowledge that that is a fact that we're going to be having to wrestle with when we allocate resources moving forward. In the next couple of sessions that we have at study session, we're going to be having the discussion that centers on the health insurance benefits piece of the equation, and then we're going to have the discussion on the compensation piece of the equation. As you know, in our financial plan, we build in certain capacity for both of those things, and there's more work to be done than what that financial capacity is. And my final thoughts on compensation, because we have not, this is my first time going through it with you, and it's going to be one of the areas of emphasis for me, and what I'm recommending is to address pay parity issues while we're also addressing market and other, there's pay progression every year that you work. There's, some value that should be associated with that. So I can't go much further today because we don't have details. We've not gotten policy direction from you, nor have I given you anything to react to. But I can acknowledge that what was said here tonight is not unknown to us, and we're looking forward to working with CWA and the other labor groups in order to come up with a equitable pay plan for the coming fiscal year.
Yeah, I was going to mention if this group has had any conversations with our HCD department director, and if not, I just want to make sure that we move in that direction as we put together our budget. But I just want to make sure that there's a plan to move forward.
And Honorable Mayor, members of the council will take that as direction to follow up from the comments made during call of the audience and provide additional information to the mayor and council as well as to the labor groups.
Good, perfect. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jared McMurrich, I believe.
Yeah, it's Mac Murrick. Thank you. There is no fear in McPherson, by the way, wherever she is. Yeah. Anyway, how you guys all doing? Mayor, nice to see you. Council members, Tim, good to see you. Rankin, how's everybody? And just want to let you guys know that I've been working for our community for 31 years. I started out in 1994 as a civil servant, and I'll tell you this as well. Not only has our pay not been up to snuff, but the city has also taken away our union time, our release time. It's been punitively taken away from us, and it's also it's wrong, and it needs to be brought back. I want you guys to know that anytime a union member sits across the table from you, you are eroding away their pension, their sick, and their vacation time. Need to bring back release time, and I'm fully in support of it, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMurray. Mr. Attorney, can you talk about union release time?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is not an item that's on the agenda for discussion for tonight. Will follow up with the mayor and council, and again with the unions who've all been notified.
If I hear any more boos, I'm going to request that you be ejected. I'm sorry. Excuse
Honorable
me.
Mayor.
One more time, and you're going to be thrown out. Mr. Rankin.
We'll follow up with the unions again and the mayor and council to remind them that it was the Arizona Supreme Court that issued a decision that city paid release time is unconstitutional under the Arizona gift clause. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Lucero.
Good evening. As you all know, my name is Ben Lucero. I'm the president of Ashby Local 905. I'm also a city employee for almost 4 years now. For years, Ashby members across Arizona have fought for our rights to a voice on the job. We've worked with elected leaders on both sides of the aisle to ensure public service employees have safe workplaces and fair wages. And in turn, public employees have provided important services that kept our community safe, clean, and strong. Unfortunately, in the last few years, we have been met with resistance from management and some elected leaders in Tucson. Local 905 members have attempted to build a relationship with city leaders, but have been ignored and dismissed. Now our MOU negotiations have met at an impasse that we completely avoided, could avoid it if city officials met workers with dignity and respect. Negotiations first started in July, but by fall it was determined that a mediator would be needed to be involved to help us reach an agreement. However, this mediation failed to the lack of respect and cooperation by the city's negotiating committee. For months, the city has attempted to devalue and diminish the authority of our current MOU, weakening workers' voices by voices in the MOU under negotiations. Through it all, Local 905 members have continued to show up for our communities, removing trash, maintaining our parks, public spaces, providing water services, and ensuring citizens and businesses alike get services they need. Our community values our hard work, and it's time the city leaders value our work too. The mayor and city council claim to be pro-union. We see it every 2 years in their campaign ads. But in action, these leaders have turned their backs on the hardworking people who make Tucson run. Ashby members, don't give up on our community when the job is hard, and we won't give up on ourselves and our coworkers when negotiations get hard. At this point in time, Ashby is requesting that the mayor and council set a priority on returning to negotiations and actually not sending the committee. Mr. Manager, I would request that you and I sit down, talk, and get this done.
Desi Navarro, and this is going to be our last speaker, Desi Navarro.
Hello, I am Desi Navarro. I am here for CWA and also for AFSCME and for all the workers of the city of Tucson. I don't have anything planned to say, so for better or worse, let's see what comes out of my mouth. I will start to say, what does it profit a man to be able to eat on an integrated lunch counter if he doesn't earn enough to buy a hamburger and a cup of coffee? That are the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And during Black History Month, where you have the same pictures taken with leaders of our community, it's kind of embarrassing to be part of the labor movement that has to work with you guys to see what's going on to the workers here. It's not just one department, it's not just one union. Across the board, city workers are understaffed, they're underpaid, and they're underappreciated. We have members across the department. We have members that are in the supervisory capacity who have I recently done a pay study for, and for the same job, for the same education requirements, and for similar work duties, there's a supervisor in my department that's getting $4 less than other supervisors across the department, across the city of Tucson. That is unjust. I will also say, just a little bit of my backstory. I'm from a mining town an hour north of here. I am a graduate of the University of Arizona. I have lived in Tucson for probably around 14, 15 years now. I have similar backgrounds to a lot of people on the committee. I was raised by miners who was taught union values and to be supportive of the party that is in charge of this entire committee. My mother has been active in politics her entire life. She has shaken hands with former presidents. She has been active in her committee groups. She has been and taught me and her children to be active as well. And when I go to her and tell her the attitude that we have gotten from the city and council as labor organizations, all she says is, what an embarrassment. What an embarrassment that she has raised her children with these values their entire life. And we have to fight for the people that are signing up and taking pictures and showing us that they're on our team. Well, this is the part of labor that is not in the pictures. This is the labor that works for you. So I just want to say, be held to the accountable to the standards that you're setting for everybody else. If you take a picture with our brothers and sisters in the public sector, in the private sector, be accountable to the public sector workers that rely on you for equal treatment, for just pay, and to treat us fairly.
Thank you. That was our last speaker. I'd call to the audience. Thank you all so much for coming, and hopefully we can continue working together to get a just outcome. Item 7,
Consent agenda, items A through J.
reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read consent agenda items.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is elections, calling the 2025 primary and general elections as vote-by-mail elections. Item C is elections, designating voting locations and appointing election board workers for the special election. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Tucson Unified School District, TUSD, for joint use of certain middle schools as neighborhood parks. Item E is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Regional Flood Control District for design, construction, and maintenance of the RITA Ranch Detention Basin. Item F is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with Pima County and municipal fire departments and fire districts for emergency response by hazardous material team. Item G is an ordinance amending the definition of park as set forth in Tucson Code Section 21-1, subsection 4. Item H is the Tucson Code Amendment, Chapter 10A, Article 10, Section 10A 113 for the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, CEHD, allowing oversight over the Tucson Housing Trust Fund. Item I is Housing and Community Development, Tucson House Rehabilitation Update and Approval to submit the application for Section 18 disposition to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. Item J is a Housing and Community Development Acceptance of the Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing, Pro-Housing, grant award by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's the extent of the consent agenda.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to approve the matters on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor, and I didn't get a chance to talk
Councilmember.
to anybody about this. It got put in the back burner today, but it's kind of important.
Alrighty,
We
go
got
ahead.
a couple constituent questions with the language on the park item. And I know Laura's not here, so we had a concern that they were actually removing specifically the juice with the high Corbett field, by name specifically, and the 2 golf courses specifically by name. And if that opens the door so that they'll no longer be golf courses, or if it's inferred that we'll tear the stadium down. And it's a very good constituent who's a good person who, has really good questions. And so I want him to ask this for his behalf. I didn't want to read too much into it, but I agree that it warrants a brief discussion.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham. The removal of specific examples of what's considered a park was intentional. What we're doing in this item is revising the definition of a park, which under the current code reads that a park is an area that is owned and maintained by the city as a park, and then it gives some examples, High Corbett Field, et cetera, in addition to those. We have several spaces that are operated and maintained by the city as parks that we don't own. So we had to revise the definition because we have arrangements with school districts, for example, that you're aware of, where we have shared spaces and we don't own the property. So we had to amend the code definition in order to make sure that our parks rules and regulations applied to those spaces. And in doing so, we removed the specific examples because we have other sections of the code that specifically deal with our golf courses. They have their own series of codes under Chapter 21. And High Corbett Field is already included as a park within the revised definition because it remains a recreation area that through an agreement with another entity, we're still operating as a recreation area. Now you're all aware High Corbett Field has its own specific agreement with the U of A, which controls most of the activities there. But I understand the question, but no, we are not removing those spaces or trying to give some kind of suggestion that their uses are going to change anytime soon.
So I glean a couple things from this. One is that this enables us to give us more flexibility and latitude in operating and managing our parks. But the other thing it does is allows us to enter into future agreements with, say, like TUSD or Sunnyside in shared agreements. So that's kind of what I glean from the information you're providing. Also, High Corbett Field, while I love the honor of Hiram Corbett as the High Corbett Field, it's colloquially become called the Juice Box, High C. I think that's kind of cool. So anyway, with that, I'll support the motion.
All right, so roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres? McSulik? Aye. Mr. Fimbres? Vice Mayor Santa Cruz? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Oh, there he is. Aye.
Thank you.
Good. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Development Impact Fee Update, Public Hearing on Land Use Assumptions, LUA, and Infrastructure Improvement Plans, IIP.
City Manager's Communication Number 43, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action regarding the land use assumptions and infrastructure improvements plan. Will staff be making a presentation today?
Honorable Mayor, no presentation tonight.
So no presentation. Alrighty, this public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether you are a paid speaker or not. I do have one person interested in speaking, Brendan Lyons.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brendan Lyons. I live in unincorporated Pima County. I serve as the Government Affairs Director for the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. On behalf of SABA, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the draft LUA and IIP. Impact fees are an important tool to fund necessary infrastructure. but it's equally important to ensure that they are reasonable, transparent, calculated with statute, and do not unduly burden housing affordability. We would like to highlight key areas where further discussion is needed. First, we would like additional details or supporting documentation provided for replacement costs for park amenities and other facilities. For example, the replacement cost for a Ramada appears to be substantially higher than what we've seen elsewhere. Second, it is unclear and to what extent existing levels of service were assessed and considered, particularly to the issue of excess capacity or existing roads and existing multimodal facilities. Third, we would like to better understand the choice of using the incremental cost methodology instead of a buy-in approach may be more appropriate, especially when current facilities may not be fully utilized or the same mix of projects will not be built in the future. We recognize the complexity of impact fees and that they are an important tool for the infrastructure investment toolbox. Therefore, we respectfully request an opportunity to engage staff and consultants in further discussions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Alrighty, I do not have any more speaker cards for this item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Please come to the tall mic and state your name and if you live in the city of Tucson.
Hi, my name's Corbin Barker. I live in the city of Tucson. This is my first time here at a township meeting. I don't know what I'd call this, but is this like a call to the audience, just to clarify, or is it specifically?
It's specifically for this particular item.
I see. I had like a whole rant. I believe that I'm allowed to boo. It's my First Amendment right. I know that you said at first that we have to behave in a civil manner, but one thing our government officials need to understand is we are fully able to criticize you guys, regardless of if it makes you feel comfortable. I'm very sorry, but we're in a constitutional crisis right now in this country, and I am terrified for our future. I've been living here in Tucson, Arizona for the past 13 years, and I have never seen a world more scary. I've never seen more homeless people on our streets. I've never seen more struggling. If I slit my throat on this stage right now and bled all over your fancy podium, then maybe you guys would care about my mental health. But how do I believe that you guys would care about my mental health whenever I'm stepping over homeless people every single day? I'm watching people overdose on the bus. You guys took out the bus stops. You guys removed the protections from the elements. Recently, they just got rid of one on Grant and Oracle right by my house. I am a taxpayer. I work hard exhaustingly, and I'm not afforded the luxury of a covered bus stop. And I gotta believe that you people care about us? I don't believe it for 1 second, and I am super upset that I was skipped on the call to the audience. I don't believe that that was right either. I wanted to come here and yell at my leaders. I intend to come here and yell at my leaders. This is the chance that I've been waiting for. Mayor, council members, I stand before you today concerned and terrified. At the federal level, we are seeing blatant violations of our rights, from 14th Amendment infringement to unchecked surveillance and threats to our democracy itself. Elon Musk has illegally accessed our social security numbers and the treasury. A billionaire, right? And your concern right now is me booing my city attorney? That is a redress of my grievances because I don't like what he was saying. So boo.
Come to a conclusion, please. What's your name again?
My name is Corbin Barker.
Barker. Mr. Barker, I absolutely understand your
In
frustration
addition,
and your concern.
I was shocked by
Very important that you also address your congressional delegation who is really can do something about it. What I would highly recommend is that you go to Siscomani and Congressman Grijalva, as well as Senators Gallego, and Senators Kelly.
Mayor, this item is scheduled for a public hearing with respect to the land use assumptions and the IIP.
Thank you so much. Alrighty. Anyone else wanting to be listened on this item and this item alone? Okay, if none, then I need a motion to close the public hearing, please.
So move, Madam Mayor.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion to close the public hearing? Alrighty, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries.
And Mayor, members of the council, the schedule going forward for the adoption of the impact fees is described in the Mayor and Council materials.
Thank you. Alrighty, is there a motion to approve the land use assumptions and infrastructure improvements plan as recommended?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't think we need a motion tonight because,
Right. We just need to have the public hearing under the statutory process to allow for comments relating to the proposed LUA and IIP. And the remaining adoption process will be carried out throughout this statutory process as described.
Alrighty,
Mayor,
thank you.
I didn't realize that piece either. Could I add just a quick
Yes,
question?
of course, absolutely.
Brendan, I appreciate your questions. Corin, I don't know if those have been answered or those could be answered to Saba. I think those are all really important, so I would really appreciate to know what those answers are as we move forward.
Did you want to respond, Angel?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have asked our consultant, Julie from Tishla Bice, to be present at this hearing, and she is on the phone to respond to the questions.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So as I understand it, the two questions were posed on the amenities costs for parks and rec or parks improvements. Those were provided from city staff based on recent projects in a line item fashion that's that's documented in the report. So those are reflective of current costs to provide those specific amenities in the parks. The other questions in terms of methodology, the choice of methodology, particularly, I believe he was referencing, he mentioned parks and transportation. So the approach is to, and he referenced using the incremental approach as opposed to the buy-in approach. So the incremental approach in an impact fee analysis is identifying what current levels of service are today and collecting dollars to then continue to provide that same level of service in the future. So that is a policy choice. As the city grows, there is the assumption on the collection of those fees based on that methodology that the city will continue to provide that same level of service. So that is a choice, that is a policy decision. The approach or the assumption here is that that what you have in the ground today in the infrastructure categories that we've included and you've been collecting for all the way along in your current impact fee program, the assumption is that, again, this is your current level of service. As new growth comes in, you're going to continue to provide capacity to maintain that level of service. And again, so in parks, it's amenities per 1,000, it's acres per 1,000, and improvements. If in some instances there is an indication or there is a decision or identification that there is excess capacity in any of these systems, then a different methodology would be appropriate. However, your current system, your current program is such that these components are calculated and collected based on this incremental approach. And again, that as you collect these fees, you will continue as a matter of with your CIP, with your capital improvement planning, to continue to provide that same level of capacity in the system as you go forward. And it may take a slightly different form. And that is okay as long as the expenditures are used to expand capacity again, to serve growth from which that it's been collected from. That those fees are then again used to provide additional capacity to maintain levels of service in the future.
So one of the things this is what I'll head back on as we start talking about the corridor tool in the next 10 years. When we have higher density, that means that we need to look at the increase of the impact fees in that area because those parks will be serving way more people than designed. So I think that's a big piece to this as we examine density long-term and density in an overlay where parks already exist. That's where the parks impact fees are going to have to see increases. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I think those are some of the discussions we'll have, but I'm not giving up any parks impact fees. They're too important to the city.
Any others? Okay. Thank you so much for being online for us. Really appreciate it. Okay, and so public hearing is closed. We're not going to approve the LUA and the IIP. We'll be coming back and doing that at a later date.
Scheduled to come back on March 18th.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, thank you. We are moving on to item 9.
Zoning TP ENT 09240019, Technicians for Sustainability Parking Structure, 932 South Santa Rita Avenue, R2 to I-1, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's communication number 34, dated February 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.21 acres from R2 residential to I-1 industrial for the purpose of a commercial vehicle parking and storage structure. The subject parcel will add a new development area to be included with the existing industrial parcel to the north, expanding the operating site area from 0.83 acre to approximately 1.05 acres. The single-story, 5,600 square foot parking structure will be used to park commercial trucks and storage. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing Technicians for Sustainability.
Ms. Sylvan, is the applicant agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes.
All righty. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the request for authorization to rezone 932 South Santa Rita Avenue from R2 to 11. I-1 as recommended by the zoning examiner, city manager's office.
Second, Your Honor.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? All righty, hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries.
Your Honor, just want to say really quick, we're really lucky to have a group like Technicians for Sustainability in Tucson.
100%.
Yes, 100%.
And thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, the motion was the approval of the zoning subject to the conditions listed as described in the mayor and council materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your week.